We are starting tonight in I could say pinnacle moment of the story. At the end of today's session, no matter what occurs, we will, uh, or at the end of the moot, we'll pause, however long that takes, I guess. And you guys will get a milestone level up because this will determine a lot of what kind of happens, um, in the next and sort of final last arc of the story.
Who's
Uh,
dying? Oh no.
well, it's kind of important to know who's alive after this. There are reasons why this meeting has occurred. Um, Many of them because of the 12th house, not necessarily because of you all, but because of the 12th house. That's a big reason why this meeting is here. But let's do a little recap before I lose sight of that. Of last session. Um, Session 46, the Triumvirate of Karens. It is about noon on the first day of Ghost Memory 697. The group has just met with the five of the Binder Lords, and Killian and Garuld have saved Kine, the Binder Lord of the second house, from that of the first. Birdman suggests that they take the Renas Lord to the presumably abandoned home of Mel, and there, with Kindine, the drow bodyguard of Kine, and his other Renas, they can lay low until midnight, when the Moot of the 13 will begin. The first Moot of this caliber in 13 years. Kane and his followers are more than grateful, and Birdman shows them trust by licking the Lord's eye. That was almost the name of the episode, but Triumvirate of Karens was just too good. After that, Killian and Birdman go to meet with Farwin of the 11th House, who sent a magical message to begin to kind of relay information to assist both their lords with possible legal and the societal repercussions of their actions. Killian promises that he's going to return later in the evening to the Renas in Hayden and Mel's apartment to ensure they are protected. Birdman and Killian, on their way to meet with Farwen, have to sneak past the guards of the first house, those who mark kind of the western gate of the Beast Crown, and they make way to Birdman's office in the stage courts, a neutral place where Farwen of the 11th and Killian, as well as everyone, can meet. At this meeting, they eventually agree to use Farwin's magic to seal their conversation to just thoughts. And the elf wizard also tries to read Birdman's mind in the process, creating a big problem along the way. It creates Birdman's just like, what the fuck? You could just ask, you know. I love it. He's able to discern nonetheless that Birdman has done what Birdman has done for the last few months. His like thoughts just kind of like everything is like Birdman is the conspiracy theorist, kind of linking everything together. The only person actually in the city that knows everything that's happened, for the most part, that has led to where you guys are at. And he sees what has occurred with the 9th house, the 11th house, and earlier today with the second house. By about 2 p.m., they kind of finish their conversation and they kind of go their separate ways to prepare to meet again at midnight for the moot of the 13 houses. In learning so much about Birdman's past, his former life as a Kenku, the actions he took with Eros and others, it sets a pivotal concern for this meeting that inadvertently Eros and whatnot. This meeting probably would have occurred, maybe not now, but it would have like Eros and the actions of Birdman kind of made it occur now. Is kind of some of the things that we're seeing from that. Nonetheless, Setch and Farum, after the meeting of the five lords earlier in the afternoon, are alone, and Mel is nearby. Farum eventually goes off to do a preliminary search for Alucard, and Setch and Mel meet after everything and kind of confer after her revelation and stamp of the 12th house dominance, I guess, in some ways. Um, and meanwhile, Farum goes to Alucard's clock tower, his workshop, and he hears footsteps upstairs. After looking around downstairs, he finds a young brunette woman upstairs. He doesn't seem to recognize her or be him in either way, but she seems to know Alucard and talks about how he had a meeting with the 11th house with the mage. That's all she knows, and that was, uh, more than 10 days ago. Farum's also able to find Alucard's safe, jewels, coins, magical scrolls, and notes, different things that hint to foreknowledge before his capture. Not really too much about after his capture. Um, this time away allows Mel and Setch to talk more privately. They go to their favorite coffee shop, discuss the upcoming meeting, talking about reinforcements, talking about protecting their minds with an item, at least one of them. Setch discusses how he, and then later does, find connections with a dealer for this amulet of proof against detection. And he and Mel kind of work together in the Tailstones to find some muscle, basically, to find some people that can assist him. And Mel uses her vampiric power to turn three um, peoples into vampire spawn. Garuld has his investigation of the Renas kind of whispered figure and leader, the Platutu. He spends most of the day drinking, waiting for Rixani at the 13th house to come through on his connection, and kind of bring in this cousin of the second house, who seemingly instigated the coup that took the seal from the 5th house and nearly took the 12th house seal, if not for Mel and such and a few others. He's not able to make contact with this Platutu, so he checks in with Anton, and he remembers how there was the Dragonborn that was sent to protect the seal. Clom was charmed by someone during that attack by the second house a fortnight ago, and he begins to investigate the caster that charmed Clom, and what, by her description of what he remembers, what does anyone know who this woman is? And she is Karen with a Y, one of Santa's favorite daughters, known to be part of the 9th house inner circle. He will be able to prove the 9th house involvement with this, which has kind of been not exactly directly proven as much as the second house, for the coup. And hours later, figuring out this information is just kind of time for him to go to the coup, and we kind of jump to, not the coup, the Moot. And we have, you guys have set up, prepared, whatnot. We can do any back information with that if you wanted to, because I know we kind of wrapped up right quick. But nonetheless, on the way there, Setch, he's had a migraine for most of the afternoon, and it's something that has eventually instigated this idea that someone is here with him in his mind, and um maybe even that person's slightly fearful of the action that you're taking with the item. But nevertheless, while you're walking there with Mel and her new entourage of undead, a voice comes into your mind and speaks a warning, a command, a um definite, those two things uh kind of riddled together in the objective you hear behind the tone. But there is something about it claiming ownership over you. And by the time you're able to kind of gain your senses again and fully, you're just kind of, as we do sometimes, just kind of walk or just drive, and all of a sudden we're there, and we're like, how did I get here? And you just go through the motions, kind of following Mel and the others. You have come to this pagoda, tall tower structure that's in the center of the city. You guys have come to the bottom sort of quasi basement. It's not the bottom basement level, but it's in the basement area. And you have most of the houses here. My murmuring and general perceptions and histories that you guys would just know of the city. The 13th house and the 3rd house do not have any representatives that have shown just yet. And it is after midnight, so people are wondering, the 1st house called this meeting. When are they going to kind of step forward and kind of get things started? The 3rd house or the 13th house wanted to be here, they would. The structure here is one of the oldest in the city. One of the things that was first built. Stone and clay, stonework to the basement, mostly dwarven make, and then above it, they have this gorgeous, like, kind of clay pottery work that ordains it. And you can see some of it brought into the inside in the corners and the doorways of, basically ceramic porcelain depictions of the Trask, you think, and different things related to the city, blood and claws and spines and simple symbols of the major kind of factions. One of the oldest being what the 7th house now represents is religious symbolism of their kind of belief in the beast, which is their symbol is this black dot. It's just this, one of the walls just has that probably. Nearby where you see the Dragonborn and stuff, the Dragonborn and cat person to the right of the screen kind of standing. Nevertheless, you have a few minutes to mingle if you would like to roleplay any of that. And then I will have the 1st house kind of begin the proceedings when you guys are ready for that. It generally feels like they're giving everyone the benefit of the doubt to see if anyone else is going to show up. And you can see people associated from the different houses here as well. And that's what the different symbols mean. It's just something to help me keep track of, and then also something that you guys can kind of see how people are grouped together a little more clearly, of like who's with what representative. And Birdman has so many because that's how many factions he's dealt with that people are aware of, so they don't really know where to place him exactly.
Here.
Birdman.
Could we argue that he also has the purple for the 1st house because of Jim?
I also have a purple for the 1st house. I have.
That's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Protective ties.
Second house is fucking low. I've been protecting them. They're gonna.
Oh, sure, yeah, he's got a blue now.
This is great.
Well,
Okay.
to that mind, Killian for bringing in the frog should have a blue too. Then.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
But nonetheless, there are people here that they brought in as witnesses, confidants, bodyguards, courtiers. That's most of why these other people are here if they're not a binder lord. I'm not going to belabor the idea of introducing every single person here. You can ask me if it becomes curious to you or important to you who each of these people are. Most of you know some of them. I will point out key people, though. I'm not going to name every person, but I'm going to point out key people. The wolf over here in the armor is the Binder Lord Highbearn. He of the first house. The Orcafor, the Binder Lord of the 11th house. Xantha, the Binder Lord of the 9th house. Anton of the 5th house. Okay. And then the rest of these people you may or may not know, you can ask me. I'll ask for passive history checks for most of these people. Birdman knows 90% of the people in the room, so if that becomes important, let me know, Birdman.
Nice.
The only other thing you notice is to the right, there's a room chatter going on. There are representatives of the 4th and 7th house, just by what the colors and clothes they're wearing in that room, so you presume that's where most of them are gathered. And Birdman, Garuld, and Killian, yeah. This Squamata in the north corner. He's in the area where you see people from the 8th and 6th house kind of gathered, but you know he's a member of the 10th house. And you presume Pio's around here somewhere because he's Pio's personal bodyguard. Setch would notice that, of course, once he comes in the room. The 10th house is obviously not making a prominent presence, but most people know who Pio is, but they're not... The way they do business, they don't show up with a flag all the time saying, here, this is us. So they're around, and then Garuld. I found a token based upon Jenny's description that made me laugh, of Karen. So.
Oh my god, that's
I
perfect.
see. I see.
Real Assange venturous looking ass.
Okay. There's an intense kind of tone to the room. Like, most of these people don't meet together ever. And to have them meet, something this big hasn't happened in 13 years. In the last 13 years, some of these guys have been replaced as Binder Lords and stuff like that. Like 2 or 3 of them, especially the 2nd house and the 8th house and the 4th house. Those, like, that, there's a transfer of that happens, like, all the time. Just how they're kind of, how dangerous they kind of, those houses live, and as well as weak they are. The 2nd house is kind of weak. They used to be a lot stronger than they were. But nonetheless. Is there any mingling you would like to do before Highbearn begins proceedings? He's talking with his bodyguard is next to him. His name is Diro, is for short. You guys have seen him before. And then he's talking with this Avis person. Most of you don't know who he is.
So I want to just point out, Farwin, you know about smoking gun, right?
Like,
You know the phrase "the smoking gun."
yes.
Well, you have found the smoking bird.
That's me.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Puts out the joint.
Mhm.
It is the joint.
What?
Oh, what? There's a black dot on the wall over there, man. That's crazy. Just leaned up against the post, like waiting for Mel to get here. Like,
Really quick. So when the robot tells me about the information about the girl or about the person that was living in Alucard's house. How far is Alucard's house from here?
Let's jump to the map.
Here's another question: is this map to scale? Like,
Yeah.
More or less.
okay, interesting. Noted.
All right, so you're in the Lord and Lady's Pagoda right here. His workshop, 1,000 feet or so away. Going through one checkpoint that is actually run by the ninth house now because they've taken over of a lot of the 12th house proceedings as of yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that the meeting's going on, but how long would it take me to get to Alucard's house then get back?
Let's look.
That's at least 2 dimension doors.
Well, that's my point. Yeah, my idea is like if depending on
It's 2 dimension doors to get there.
whether or not you want to use magic to assist you.
That is
If you're just running there, like if you're just walking there an average pace, it'd take you 4 or 5 minutes. If you wanted to run there, you could get there in like 3. That's just one way. So there and back, not including investigation, you'd be gone 10, 15 minutes.
Investigation.
if
No.
it's not if it's not retconning too much, could I say that once once the robot man told me about the person living in Alucard's place, could I run there? If it's not like breaking too much like story or like
No, that's fine.
Please don't leave
Um,
Arthur alone.
well, that reminds me, I forgot to look at this map. Anyways. Okay, so I'm going to say then that gives me an opportunity, I guess, to say then, until Jenny arrives, maybe, Mel decides to, I don't know, be your shadow, give you some backup, and then has her people start to investigate and search the building to see what entrances and exits kind of exist uh, before she goes in.
He's late too.
I had a question. Is the Lord and Lady's Pagoda like a public place where people can walk in, or is it like reserved only for?
To come into the beast heap, as many of the commoners call it, you have to check in through the prime gate, although it is broken by this point and the giant's gate is completely destroyed, so people can walk in and out. There is a presence of god butchers and members of the appropriate houses, most the first house, but there are other houses that are involved that have kind of work as a militia guard positions of the city, get paid a little extra money for doing so. So the average commoner, no. A god butcher or someone of a house that's been brought here to be an entourage or guard or just a working here as for their actual position to trade and sell for the different houses from the meat that is carved. They would be here. Yes.
So I'm thinking maybe it'd be easier for everyone to come in fashionably late with Mel. Otherwise, you have to like maybe talk with him. Hey, I'm going to be gone for a bit, and then he asks me, "Oh, here I'm back." I don't know. It's up to you.
If you guys are late, I'm sweating.
I kind of think them being late makes sense in some ways
Yeah.
for the for like the story a little bit to help with the presence and drama
Retention.
Oh, of
that
course.
Mel has created with her position. Because I think by this point you would hear murmurs in the room, most of you, of that kind of idea. Is she going to show up? Because even in the last 12 hours, her arrival in the quote unquote official meeting that happened in the Blackwell Tavern the Blackwell Tavern of the 10th house. A lot of people would be questioning, is she actually the 12th house binder? Like, no one really knows what happened. Like, this is the first person that's claiming this.
Another question: how much public knowledge is known about Mel's undead persuasion, so to speak?
None.
None.
Okay, so the
None.
knowles that pop up.
Yeah, next to
Me.
none.
Okay, will be
Yeah.
a shock. Okay, just
Yeah.
mentally
Yeah.
prepared.
Yeah. Next to none. Like, undead are subvertedly accepted. Like, if someone can hide it away well enough and play it off well enough, yeah. But there's still a general fear of undead.
A strict need to know.
Yeah. Birdman and Vedwin have met citizens that have the infliction that are able to live still as citizens. There's something, and this would be part of something that maybe Farwin's curiosity about the beast itself. Like, its meat can, in the right, cut from the right part of the beast, has more whatever quality insert here that DM will eventually name, that allows undead to ignore their bestial tendencies, I guess,
The
as
MacGuffin
well as just what you guys did by, killing Celeborn and placing Iconero on a throne, and then Iconero kind of losing his throne, but not really, and then we're in a weird void where undead has a lot more potency and sentience than
We're
they would
jumping up
before.
past sins. It's fine. It's all good.
The sins of the father shall be inherited by the son.
These are sins. These are sins of the son that are being inherited by the son.
It's just one of those. Yeah, I love it because that perspective is quite true. Your characters wouldn't know any of that, really. Like, all your characters would know is that sometime in the last 20 years, 15, 20 years, like, undead have become more obvious than they were before. And that's, like, the general gist of it.
Sick of these motherfucking undead in this motherfucking plane, bro. Get them out of here.
It's okay.
That actually works. Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, it does. Sick
Okay.
of these motherfucking undead.
Well, Mel and Setch, how do you get past? How does Setch assist Mel? I'll let Setch take the lead on this to get past the 12th gate, which is now quote unquote owned by Mel's former ninth house, because she's kind of cut ties with them a little bit. She does vampire things. Is you just gonna ride that, or are you going, or do you do other means? Do you deception or whatnot? Do you want to know? Do you want people to see you guys pass through the gate? Basically,
Well, Mel's like my shadow, so they can't really see Mel, right?
No, you're Mel Shadow.
That is also very true.
Mel is
How
everyone's shadow.
is there like a, because I don't know too much knowledge about passing through gates owned by different houses. Is there like a toll you need to pay, or is there like something you need to do, or is there like a formality you need to do?
The presence here is something that's unique to you, in that this gate is normally not an issue, but of late it has been. You can see there are groups of small cat people about up to your knee in height, a group of them, 3 or 4, and then a young man in kind of leathers with a spear. Kind of looks like Xantha, probably is one of his many children. And they are anyone that comes through. They're basically like mostly people wanting to get to the keep. Like, hey, you're not allowed in to go where you guys just were, but you guys leaving is like there's no one doing that right now. You would be the odd ones out. That's what's at stake here is like someone being aware that you're of what you're doing, whether or not you care about that.
No, that's fine. I'm just gonna walk through and say, set to the 10th house. I require passage through, please. That's all I
Oh.
say.
They look you up and down, confused, but don't question based upon uh your. I imagine it's some sort of ring or something to that
Yeah,
effect.
yeah. He have like a signet ring, I would say.
Um, and they definitely all log this idea that you're coming through here. And Mel is presumably hopping over the wall, climbing over it by this point, and meets you when you come down near the guild hall of the Marrow Miners, and then you guys cut through an alleyway in the 12th house warehouse districts to make your way to Alucard's shop. Workshop, I should say. It is a clock tower, it's the only one in the Tailstones. It's about, 3-4 stories tall. Definitely magically crafted, but there was some actual, elbow grease that got into it as well, you're pretty sure, based upon the foundation. What do you do? It's
Be a
obviously,
part.
open and someone's been here recently. Pharaoh. uh,
I'd imagine Setch is still having those really bad migraines as well.
yes.
Yeah. Still probably just like exhausted and like having these migraines as well as not helping. Is just gonna like kind of slowly walk up to the door and just like knock on it like 3 times.
Um, After the first time, you notice that the latch itself, um, isn't exactly working.
Okay.
And but someone by the second and third knot, you notice that someone has pushed like a small wooden crate or something against the door to kind of keep it closed. Um, but you can easily kind of shove that, and as you do, you hear um from back in the kitchen area a voice, female voice, uh, call out. You don't see them; they're around the corner. Who's there?
I've come to speak with you about the owner of this house.
Um,
May I come
there's
in?
as you say that, you see a head pop around the corner. That this blonde figure, you've never seen before. Kind of hair pulled back. Wearing. You're pretty sure she's wearing like Alucard's clothes. Like you saw Alucard. Like you're pretty sure like some of his other change of clothes. Like it looks a little awkward on her. The kind of poofy shirt and pants, and the pants just don't fit right at all. And she is lets just waves you to come back in the kitchen area. Um, and she's packing a couple things. She has a couple boxes and crates and things, and she looks like she has her sleeves rolled up like she's in the middle of that, and she just kind of stops at the what is the counter in this weird kitchen lab area. And there's accoutrement from around the world that Alucard the elf has gathered. Things from places that make no sense. Things that make, um, weird, like things that probably you as a player would know, but you as a character would know nothing about, like giant stones and crystals from the depths and weird like feathers from different birds and angels and other things that he's kind of dealt with, and um, yeah, eyeballs and newts and pieces of the Tarrasque and other things. Different. You can see different magical implements and like um, arcane foci and like components for different spells that are probably things that have been gathered over the years. And she's caring very little for that. She's gathering food and has gathered a couple change of clothes and roll a perception check.
Perception.
Okay. Um, her clothes, although they do fit awkwardly, yes, there's something about the way that they're cut or even torn on her back, upper back near her shoulders and her pants near her butt that like just look even extra awkward. Like why did you need to cut those in that place? Yep, near her butt. So, other than that, she looks like a blonde human. She just Alucard. I haven't seen him in a week. I've told everyone this. Well, surely that's gotten around by this point, right? He's gone. I'm just gathering what's mine and leaving, and she's taking his stuff. Like it's obviously not hers, but she's not taking valuables.
May I sit?
She gestures like she doesn't give a shit as long as you're not going to get in her way.
I'll just take a seat. And I'll like kind of cross my legs as I do. So how well did you know Alucard?
Um, we've known each other for a month or two, I think. Honestly, it was something whimsical and brief. I think that's what we were both after that night. Um, and then he never returned. He said he was going to, so I waited. Uh, Came back multiple times. Figured, hey, his food's going bad. She kind of looks awkwardly and blushes like she's like rambling a little bit too much. Doesn't know what to say.
So you liked it? You liked Alucard?
He was the nicest person I've met in a while. That did treat me like someone. Yes.
Understand that.
She kind of finishes what she's doing and uh, takes a box to the door and kind of sets it near the door and returns. And I got a guy coming in the morning. I should get some sleep. Um, this is my last night here. If you're one of the authorities, that seems she looks you like questioning who you are, why you're doing here, but doesn't want to pry.
I can assure you I'm really no authority. In fact, I kind of give the bird to the authority for the most part. You see, I was a very, very close friend of Alucard. We worked together on a fair few jobs while in the city, and I really want to know what happened to him, and make sure that the people that did it to him come to justice. Do you see the same way?
Justice would be nice, but justice has been served, I think, in some ways. The 12th house is gone. The city confused. I consider the lords reeling, lords and ladies reeling from these actions. Lots of the, but justice for Alucard. I hope he's still alive, so that the justice matters a bit more. But I don't know what happened to him. Like I have told most people, he went to a meeting. He was going to the 11th house. He said he'd be back. He never came back.
You see, I don't believe it was the 12th house or any other house. I think it was the 11th house that did these horrible things to him, and I think that's kind of going unnoticed at the moment. But you can change that.
By doing what against a wizard? I don't know who or what you are, but we're talking about Orcafor, the guy that everyone's known about for 300 years that can open portals to nether worlds. Like, I don't know.
What if I told you that I can most definitely protect you from Okafor, and at the same time get justice for your beloved and my friend?
I'd say you're crazy.
People say that I'm crazy a lot.
And
I can
I
assure
don't.
you, you'll be well protected where we're going.
Okay, well, okay. Out of the city?
No, inside the city.
Where are we going inside the city?
The Lord and Lady's Pagoda, if you know what that is. Within the Tarask.
You want me to go closer to the thing that almost woke up 12 days ago? While a bunch of the lords and ladies are meeting in a tower.
That's exactly why you'd be most protected. He would never try anything there. And you'd be under, and then once everything is revealed, you'd be under the protection of everybody else.
Protection from a bunch of people that don't care that I exist. Okay.
Well, the reason why I'm here today is because I care. I cared about Alucard a lot.
I. Um, I don't know about that. What do, I mean, no ill will, and I bless Alucard's sweet soul if it has passed into the realm of the underworld, but what do I get after this? Like, justice in this city on the level of the ladies and lords is treason. Like, I this could. I don't want to be the scapegoat.
Why would you be the scapegoat?
I don't know. There's 13 houses in there that could plot. Oh, um, she's breathing really fast by this point. Looking around, for like something, and she just grabs like a glass and starts drinking some water, and then, uh, she's when the water kind of hits her mouth, it's subtle, but there's a little bit of steam that kind of comes from the sides, escapes a little bit. Steam. It's very subtle.
Was the
And
steam coming from the water before?
no, it was just water. She sits down. Okay, what do I? What do you think's gonna happen after this? What's the plan? Like, I need to know.
What's going to happen after this is justice for the person that possibly murdered the person that you love, and in front of everybody as well.
Love is a strong word.
Or do you not want to do? You said it yourself. This city isn't good. Did you want to not do some little bit of good for this city?
Um, I'm not. I'm not so sure, honestly. Uh,
Also, can I insight the steam? Like, do I know what could possibly cause that, or like, do I see something that could
uh,
possibly cause steam?
yeah, you could do insight or arcana.
I'm gonna use the sorcery point to reroll that. Insight, much better.
Um, she looks human. Okay. You've only ever seen that one other time where it makes logical sense. Is there some dragonborn that exists in the city, that have a fire basis when they drink something sometimes? She's not a fucking dragonborn. That's the general gist of what you notice. You're not sure she's a humanoid when you see
Oh,
that.
Word?
I see.
The fun
Like,
begins.
she
Now
she
look at
might
you, sly dog, you.
Damn, she is hot.
That
Damn.
makes so much sense.
Damn. Big dick Alan right
um
over here. Oh,
I need to look on a map. Let's see if I can find.
He is a fuck mothering vampire. Or, well.
no, that's a different one.
He hasn't
Hey,
killed nearly a
man.
lot of people yet.
There
Can
she
do,
is.
man.
Okay.
You
All right.
Damn, Alucard most definitely had to type then. For sure. He was
Oh,
most definitely
damn.
into Dragonborns.
Into
I will say with that insight check,
Dragon.
Setch and Mel are Setch would let me Setch would have the best opportunity probably to remember this. Vaguely. Okay. Down in the Drow matron mother fight. Okay. Alucard wasn't in the room with the demons for most of that fight. He got kind of waylaid by some of the other drow and assistants in kind of their dining area that was near close to her main kind of atrium room where you guys were. And you're not sure where she was. She wasn't there when you guys first went down there, but when you guys walked out of there, he had a woman with him that he found in one of the drow rooms that looked like a slave, looked like not just a slave, like a slave prisoner, like someone that was like experimented on. You're not exactly sure what was going on. And he took her in, and that's the gist of what you saw from there. And no one knew what happened to her
Right.
after that point. She has been apparently just hiding in his house trying to remember how to live like a person again of the city. And you generally get the impression with how she dresses and whatnot. She doesn't understand basic humanoid things. This is the first time she's really had to do and understand some of these things. And some of it Alucard was kind of helping with. And there is definitely a relationship, but she does not love him. She is using him to help her
Yeah, of course.
do whatever is going on, and he vice versa. Like there's definitely that impression. And what you're noticing about the steam, maybe he knew about that more than, and that's maybe one of the reasons why he rescued her.
Does
So-
it seem like there's magic at play, or is it
Oh, yeah.
something, or is it? Yeah.
Not like a spell, but definitely something you could dispel. Like it is something that is magical, but it's not like an innate. It's like innate magic that you are picking up on. She let her normal self, as she got agitated, reveal a little bit. And with a 27, you're leaning towards the darker end rather than the lighter end. She's probably a fiend of some sort or a fae. Fiend or fae is what you're leaning towards.
I cast a spell magic. She turns into a lava slug. What?
Oh, turns into a slime.
Ooh,
No.
was not expecting that.
Last get an inspiration point.
It's a fireworm. Would you
No.
still love me if I was a worm?
Would you
You
look at
are
my
a worm.
worm?
Love me if I was a fireworm.
You are a fireworm.
Oh,
Would you love my
Would you
slime?
still love me if I was a fireworm? You are a fireworm? So I have no choice.
would you still love me if I had to mention I forgot that I was a fireworm?
You no, wow, you're 2 for 2. Because you're a fireworm.
Would you love me if I constantly set the house on
And-
fire?
No.
Yeah, it's her.
Okay. You, however, see someone more with like strawberry blonde. Like, and you remember Farrah mentioning a brunette, and he's very specific about details. She's like a strawberry blonde redhead. Like, she can change her shape. She has magic that lets her do that. It's, and this is stuff that you know how to do with your magic that you know how to do too. Like it's
Yeah,
she doesn't do it the same way you do, but there is a similarity to it that that 27 insights letting you kind of pick up on.
Listen, you don't have to hide your face with me. I am also someone who likes to change masks often. If you are comfortable, you can reveal your true self if you'd like. But that's up to you.
He says with eyes of a raving drug fiend.
Yeah, true.
Reveal
You
yourself.
first.
Okay. She looks around and makes sure that there's no one kind of else nearby. And
Roll
she
for stealth? I was gonna say.
Oh.
she where the holes in her kind of poet
Yeah.
shirt of hers, these wings kind of rip open a little bit more, and this kind of devil-like tail kind of comes out. You know she's a fiend. I don't, Setch, if you want to roll an Arcana check to see how much you know about fiends, to see
That's
if
just
you
not very smart. He pretends
to
to be smart.
see, yeah. You have to.
Yeah, it's about
A
right.
10 lets you know there are different types of fiends. Obviously, by her elegant kind of beauty, she is a higher ranking fiend than some of the ones you're more aware of, like the Mones and Dretch and imps and things like that. You do know of the difference between devils and demons. You're not sure where she falls on this with how she looks. It's quite unclear. Nevertheless, she looks at you awkwardly and notices that you're not like running away or going aghast or like drawing a weapon, so she doesn't quite know what to do. That and she does say, I wasn't even sure Alucard was ready for such as I doubt the lords and ladies would like to see me like this, arriving in their... Unless that's the point.
I mean, what you choose to reveal yourself is your choice, but I can't tell you about the repercussions that might happen if you reveal yourself to everybody. But
I'd rather not go back to the dark. The city is not exactly beautiful, but it's better than where I grew up. She kind of motions and does her little shimmy kind of dance thing. And she changes back to what Alucard saw her as first. And she kind of nods. I know of some magic. Alucard has much in these books. I do not wish to be banished. I am unsure. And I imagine by this point, in some capacity, Mel would have revealed herself and probably reinforced the idea that you're not alone, so to speak, right? That you're that we have your back if you want to say what you need to say. And he nods and you may call me Thera if you wish, to make things of ease. I think you're crazy, but it makes more sense than some of the other things that... She just kind of quiets herself at that, and she, at that point, locks. If you allow, well, she kind of like knocks on your mental door. She can do telepathy within 60 feet. And she, so you can like liaison directly with her, if you guys need more or less. You guys start to make your way back, I presume.
Yeah.
So with the time we were role playing and the time you have to walk, there's probably a good chunk of the first half hour or so of the meeting, if not more, that you guys kind of miss.
I'd probably
And
teleport in to not be shown with, to not be like shown up with Mel. I'll probably just teleport into like the door, into like the kind of hallway before going into the main room.
What about her nulls?
Oh, her nulls are there.
So,
her
Is it too late
knolls, while
to?
you guys have been at the meeting, have been using... Like, this building isn't the only building, like, around this area. The pagoda is... I'm gonna move some people. It's a pretty small building. So they're probably behind these other buildings or whatnot, circling around. They're not in the building yet because I'm... like... Her nulls wouldn't be able to pass off as anything other than nulls, no matter how cute we dress them.
Mm-hmm. So
the
I'm assuming it's an on-site thing, unless Mel was with them.
the vampires that she changed are
Yeah, the
more.
vampires are fine, but the Nulls them specifically.
Yeah, I
Hey, gnolls have
imagine one
rats.
of them. Um, I like the imagery of the monkey. No, the monkey vampire is like riding one of the gnolls that she made as a drow, and like directing the others, while the other ones kind of look like an entourage waiting for someone to show up to make it look as official as possible. And the frogman is probably near the doorway, like introducing himself, and as to the other lords and courtiers and stuff, playing the game, very much playing the game to, and not really telling who he's with by any means. So I'm going to.
Do I have to
Yeah.
roll some sort of insight check to realize where this freaking creepy frog is from? Because he didn't come here with us.
Freaky frog.
I would say an insight
Frog.
check would make sense because yes, you brought the only other frogs anyone's aware of, and he's not standing with you all.
Bro?
Eating the freaky frog allegations.
I keep checking my watch, right? Because they're super late. They're like 15 minutes late, and we're waiting for the third house, so we're waiting for the other house, and
Yeah,
Mel's not fucking here yet, and you just keep seeing Birdman like checking his watch, like, oh my god.
and
Like,
I'll bring the Birdman back. Not the Birdman, the Frogman. Yeah, okay. The Frogman, he's like, yeah. He's at the. There's a weird red glint in his eyes. And he does mention something that he is a representative for a lord or a lady, but no one knows who he's speaking of. That's the most odd thing to you. Is everyone's kind of been accounted for? So it leads you to think, what has Mel done here? Like what's kind it does lead that open space with a 20. I said it, I was thinking it's at least a DC 20. But she's obviously not here just yet. So the commotion among the group by this point is well, you guys had things move along while they walked away. Not officially expecting Mel and the entourage. I imagine after another 5 minutes of waiting to see if the third or 13th house show up, the first house would Lord Highbaron would kind of take the center of the room, more or less, where the frogs are kind of just standing awkwardly as everyone kind of murmurs about their presence here. And there is that shadow of Lord Highbaron kind of standing over Kine as the two binder lords look at each other, nowhere near eye to eye. And that kind of begins the silence of the meeting. And then Lord Highbaron, I need to bring open another sheet.
Just to have on
Yes.
record, I would have comprehend languages active as one of my buffs for the meeting.
Okay.
I'll be speaking the same language.
Generally, most people are speaking common, but to the group as a whole. But yes, the idea of to themselves and whatnot, they're speaking tongues that they're more comfortable in. Nonetheless, let me.
That's to Thera while walking away. Oh, by the way, I have no idea who Alucard is. I just like breaking into people's houses.
What's better than a devil you don't know?
Okay.
A cheesecake you know.
There, the wolf shadow takes over almost all of the Renas standing in the center of the room, and then their kind of drow compatriot defender kind of standing as well. And Lord Hyberin takes it very slow, and he looks over to Killian. A slight sneer appears in his right lip, right side of his face, as he
Is
looks at Killian.
returned.
And then he... It appears the judgment will bear more witnesses. Lord Canay, for your actions, a trial is suited. You will face judgment for taking what does not belong. The fifth, and he kind of raises a hand, and Anton kind of stands more proudly. The fifth, and I agree on this part. And there's a little pause, murmuring from the group around at this, and Kane, who was scared to death earlier today, there is a pomp and pride that he's in his wheelhouse. This is what he was born for, is words and kind of speaking, and like he's not a fighter by any means, but he is a diplomat. He is a noble. His family trained him well, and he stares back with a fierceness at Hyberin that makes everyone a little uncomfortable. Like, because you could tell Hyberon's not used to like something so small being so defiant to him. And the Kane kind of puffs his chest, puts his hand on his very ornate rapier that's on his hip, and flips out his fingers of his right hand. You see the suckers almost make their own like shadows play in the lights as the dancing lights move around the room a little bit. And I am not the only one that has made judgments without my actions or knowledge. Did you know today that lords and wolves of your own, I can bear witness with your own kin speaking? They tried to take me. Bring me to justice without other witnesses, as you claim. Your words hint to a sneaky tie to this Lord Hyberin. And it destroys the diversity of this city. His actions. And the actions of others. And he gestures at Anton. He gestures at Orcafor. He gestures at Xantha in like a defiant way. And they all like sneer or like pierce their eyes a little bit more, shift in their seats if they are seating, or just, if they're Anton was kind of leaning against the thing, he stops leaning and he stands a little more defiantly.
Xantha goes cross-eyed.
Say,
that is what the city needs. Is all of us surviving together. And that's where he leaves it.
Yeah, this feels right. Garwolf's going to pipe up at that, saying, "And yet you can't even rein in your own cousin, was it?"
People are angry. Many of them are. Frogkin represents more than 30% of the populace of the city, as many of you know. And the Platutu of the last few years has been a vibrant one. He is my cousin. Yes. But his actions are not mine. The second house did not declare war on the fifth. He declared war because he said the people were angry and he wanted to soothe that anger. But they are not soothed, they are still angry. Because he did not think. So let me in the second house judge him, make him. We will find him and make those judgments. I will need help with this. Perhaps you, dwarf? You've proven your valor at the coup for the fifth house of Anton. Maybe having you in presence to rein in my cousin. And you can say he doesn't want to say this, but he's saying it because he needs to. It's very obvious. To justice. Then we can have peace, can we not, Anton? Can we not, Hybian? Have peace between us all? The seals returned. And at that, pushing past Mel's frogman, who's kind of taking this all in, a human tattooed in the blood of the Tarask, and a drow ordained in armor of the 12th house, a high-ranking member, one of the few that remains, comes in. And the drow speaks in common. We claim the same thing. The right of my people was taken from me and my family. A usurper has taken the word under our noses, claims threat and recoil for the actions against her.
Checking the watch in the corner.
We only beg the same thing the second house, and that fifth house beg in return. What is ours? The seal, the word.
Looks around, swear to God. Do I see Setch? Do I see Bell
Yeah.
anywhere?
Setch, you can say you're walking. I'm gonna say Mel. I will let Jenny handle that. So
Fuck.
we'll say Jenny's still outside giving orders to her gnolls and whatnot.
I think Farwin would
Kinda
like
kick
speak in
the-
Okafor's mind and says, "Should I
kick-
make a comment?"
I kick the frog, like talk. I kick him like as hard as possible. Like,
Oh, you kick his frog.
yeah. I like look over. I like look and make sure nobody's looking, and then I like kick him. A usurper has taken a. Just kick him.
Say psych right now.
Everyone sees Birdman kick this frog out of nowhere. As that's going on, an Orca 4, like this is happening simultaneously. The frog kind of nods and he like walking around and like coming to the center while Orca 4 is responding to Fawin. A comment related to what?
Kine wants justice dealt by his house, but only his house. Would it not be suitable to have all parties involved to deliver their judgment on this Platutu? After all, he did reveal that his cousin. Well, that he was his cousin. Do you think there will be some leniency extended?
Maybe the Platutu with Mel should be both put on trial in the courts for their actions. Different offenses, of course.
Of course.
I approve
I
this
would find it to
message.
be far more entertaining in the courts than in a private house. And so Farwin would kind of then speak out loud. I agree partially with your comments, Kine. Appropriate that justice should be delivered, but justice should not be delivered by you alone. After all, the fifth and the first house claim that wrong was done by them. Do they not have a say on what type of judgment should be delivered on Platutu?
I would like to interject and say, you just see me in the corner and say, but the first house also has bad things against them for trying to take him out without other proceedings. So, and the fifth house is also done in kind as well. So we kind of have a little stalemate here at the end of the day. No offense, Anton, and no offense, you fluffy, magnificent wolf man.
You bring up a good point, Birdman. Perhaps a neutral party should deal with Platutu.
Everything is neutral at the moment. We do have sides wavering.
Yes, perhaps we should have Platutu be dealt with, but not by the first, not by the fifth, and not by the second.
Uh-oh.
Movements.
More people have been like their
Uh-oh.
conversations and the other. They're realizing like the official meetings like actually going
Oh
on.
shit!
Oh shit!
Me nervously looking at my
Like,
clock again.
it's late. They're tired. And first you see a somewhat old Linkson come in as you're talking, Farwin, as the frogman, which I'll reveal his name in a minute.
Private
Come,
house?
yeah, this is Massinifex of the seventh house, the Binder Lord.
Mm.
And kind of walking behind him, definitely an ally. Like the way they're walking, you see Trundle, the bugbear that leads the fourth house.
Hell yeah.
And there's a rat that comes behind him and takes space behind him. And then from the northern room, like kind of excusing themselves drunkenly into the crowd, Pio leads this gigantic badger man. The only one that's bigger than this man is Strike, narratively. Who most of you recognize as most people call him Duor, but his full name is Duordine. Duor is the binder lord of the sixth house, and Pio has him readily drunk. He is
Readily
fucking
drunk off.
Incredibly drunk.
Drunk.
Nice.
Good
How big is
job.
this? He's bigger than me.
He's a big motherfucker.
You're the biggest person. Killian is the biggest person in the room. But this is the only badger narratively in this city that's bigger than that's almost as big as Strike. Strike is huge. You're still the tallest person in the room, just because.
Biggest
Good,
badger
just-
man in the city at the moment.
Just
I
because.
have to keep my my
Yeah,
head in.
your head's a little cocked to the left or right. Your pick, just a little bit.
I'm
It's
explaining to you who all these people are too, by the way. Like, oh shit, that's
I'm listening very closely, and you might be concerned with the expression on my face.
PO,
Yeah.
that's Dur. They're drunk as fuck.
But okay, Kinane takes in what Falwin's
Alright.
saying and kind of nods and is like, "I leave it to you, lords, of what to do." And this other frog comes in and he does this like frog burp to like get everyone's attention, you know, that croak thing. And he has this ostentatious red cloak cape
Oh, not the
that that like he holds like flipped over one arm in front of him, like it's like a drapery kind of thing. So he can like use it to accent as he speaks. And he's only about 3 and a few inches tall, 3 feet and a few inches tall. He's not very big.
Is this frog deflated?
A little bit. He looks a little gaunt.
Yeah.
He looks a little gaunt. He looks a little pale. His eyes have a weird red glint to them.
Oh god.
And for some reason, frogs don't normally have this. For some reason, it's not his teeth. When he croaked, his tongue was open. At the edge of his tongue, he's grown these little like cartilage spikes at the end of his tongue.
That's fucking awesome.
That is so metal, but it's so gross. Oh.
And he he I don't know if I can do the voice in my head for this guy. I should have practiced it earlier. Whatever. I am the Marshfucker. I am the voice of the new word. The 12th word. I do not understand claims that cannot yet be made, as proper investigations have not yet been done. They must be done, as your laws well are written, and we know. And once those investigations are gone, you will find that they are void, unneeded. The proper chains have been taken. This is no different than what happened in the year of Masinifex's ancestor.
Okay.
100 years. Or go back 40 years to you, Kinney, your great-grandfather. Similar choices were made. You speak too hastily. Histories will be understood in the stage court. Those performances will be shown in our favor. He threatens the room.
I kick him again. I kick
Your
him across the room.
Your master
Okay,
has the
you're really bad
I'm
at your
gonna put
job,
a-
dude.
I was
I'm gonna
gonna
put a
say,
hand on your
I was
shoulder.
gonna say,
Just like,
your master has the
Right.
word of power, but we do not yet grant her the rank of Binder Lord.
Kick
She
him
hasn't
again.
been recognized by the other houses just yet. She only claims her station.
He slurps, and as he does, his tongue flicks out back towards where, like above Garuld's like shoulder, almost towards this guy and the other guy. And this was the same case 13 years ago. It was. When the Drow took and maintained the mirror miners that we know today.
That's true.
The houses did not speak then of recognition of the Drow taking. They just moved on, did not question. So now we do something more in favor of your choices.
Frogs.
And you question this? 11th house. See not what's in front of you, looking at what is only left behind.
Kick him again to give him like good job kick.
Yeah, no, I just kick him across the room, like.
He's,
As soon as he's done like threatening the room, I just like run into the middle of the room and kick the
comes over
fuck out
here,
of him.
he kicks him back against this thing, and then he says that, and then you kick him, and then
You're so bad at your job.
he kicks him back here, and he's like, and everyone's just like, what's going on?
You're so bad at your job. Sorry
Oh.
about him. He has no idea what he's talking about.
God,
I kind
I
of
wish
put that
Birdman,
kind of mouth in Elvish
get an
to
inspiration
Birdman, like,
point.
I'm sorry. As in, like, I feel so bad for you.
I
He
wish
doesn't know what the
Garul-
hell he's talking about. I'm like sweating, looking at my clock, like he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah. Anyway, we can continue on with this legal proceeding for the second house and the trial of the Tutu and stuff. Don't worry about him. He's new. He's new around here.
I am not new.
I will kill you.
I am very new. I'm gonna go over here.
it sounds like the best. Plan.
I will chain you to an open window. Don't fuck with me.
and jump out of it with a knife.
Alright. Well, what he said, even as weird as it was, is all true. Like, these are all statements that are true. And the murmuring from the different binder lords at this fact, and the direction of angry eyes towards the two marrow miners that are in the room, the few remaining of the previous 12th house, is definitely palpable. It's definitely there. That tension. And the further tension is, to put bluntly, like, though, how Mel has represented herself here, they start to question the validity of it, question the pomp and circumstance of it, by some of them, question whether or not that's something that should be trusted, for these things. And then the first house gestures over to the eighth house, and there's this very big human man that walks forward first, like he's 6'5", easy 300 pounds of muscle, and the armor he has on is beyond impressive. And he kind of makes way for you get someone you well know. You guys have met a few times by this point. Veer of the Eighth House, this Sinus dogfolk, pitbull man. He taking opportunity with kind of the floor in the confusion and quiet after what just happened with Kane, and the first house wanting to control and redirect by giving them the floor. Veer, we are missing a key point to this discussion. What has happened to our people? So many have been displaced, lost, homes gone, destroyed, need to be rebuilt. There's the terror of our own actions. And he makes the 5 houses he's been allied with uncomfortable at that. Like 11th, like Orgriffar makes a comment to Farwin. 9th house shifts. Anton is like he goes, maybe puts a hand on his gun that wasn't there before. The PO for a moment doesn't look as drunk. Kind of thing. Like, he's calling them out a little bit. And that's when you all go to realize that Veer is one of the true Binder Lords that actually might be a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't make a dog evil. I tried, I just couldn't do it.
All boys are good boys.
I just couldn't do it. And the terror of our actions, the death of the 12th house, the loss of the word that controls the passing of the beast. Mel is at fault here. We are losing sight of what she has done to the people. Of what the 12th house. And he goes over to the drow. He like walks over, and this guy that had like he goes so far as to almost draw his shield to like protect his lord. Like if these two wanted to do something against Veer. And he goes to these two. They should be put on trial. And yes, Kane. But they are not alone. And he looks at Xantha in such a way. And Xantha gives him that look of like, you sure you want to do this? Like, are you sure you really want to do this? And his daughter, Karen, is like ready to pounce like a cat. And the only reason why she isn't is there's this peaceful Massinifex just in the center, just like a peaceful like monk druidic type, just with this giant staff, just like absorbing all this animosity. Like this person is not used to so much anger being in one room at one time, and that's the only reason why Xantha and Karen aren't doing anything. They're kind of intimidated by those two are kind of intimidated by Massinifex.
With that look towards Xantha, Garulv would whisper in Anton's ear, I can implicate the 9th house in the attempt at taking your bind. If you would like that to be revealed.
Anton looks at what's being said, takes it in looks over at Xantha and Karen, and then Massinifex and how they're stopped, and then how Trundle is here too, and like Trundle's never seen, like he's someone that never shows up to things like this. Just like the weight of all this, and he nods very slowly, knowing what that means. And he, as he nods, he like he does a small little whistle, and it gets Clom's attention, and he nods at Clom too. Like, get ready, because Clom's the closest one to all of them, in case something happens. And then he, while the talking's continuing, and Veer's like, we'll say he's in the process of like describing kind of the recent events of the houses, and like kind of some of those things while this is happening. Anton, as his small little gnomish self, kind of peeks back to his boy toy, and his boy toy is drunk a little bit and kind of like nods, too, and you. He's kind of been like a stump on a log, quite literally, this entire time. Like, literally, it looks almost like the wall moves or something, and everyone kind of like out of the corner, like takes a second check back as there's this dwarf. He was a dwarf at some point. What he is now, you're not quite sure.
What the fuck? He's on his shoulder.
Okay, and he stands up, and there's just obvious all that kind of going on, and Veer is at a point where he's like done explaining that the process that one of the houses, yet to say the ninth house directly, has gone through to take over the lands of the marrow miners, and how there are different things there. There's this weird pause that all happens there. What does Garul do?
Garul would say,
If we're putting people up for trial in these courts, the members of the second house are not all to blame for the attempt on the fifth house's bind.
Birdman perks up and he turns to this man who I don't think has ever introduced himself.
No, I don't think so.
I look at him like, yo. I look at him like, oh shit. And then I look at Farwin from across the room and I'm like, oh shit. Then I look at Killian and
smile.
Oh shit.
And then I speak in Orcish
Killian is
mind.
smiling.
Like, more than Machiavellian, we still have leverage on the 8th house due to our partnership with trying to investigate Mel. If things go well, we could be seen as a neutral or beneficial party.
All you get back in return is exactly as you can tell his brightly arcane eyes out of the corner turned upwards are looking at Xantha with if eyes could smile. If eyes could smile.
I'd like to spend a spell slot to use primeval awareness. I'm afraid.
Are you ready?
I'm
Are
in
you ready?
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Who's dead and who's not? Let's put it that way. Everybody's evil.
Let's
And
go down.
like, oh god.
This is going perfectly.
My
What's going
eyes
on?
just go bright like, oh fuck.
Oh, fuck. What is this? It's everywhere.
Oh god.
You're like a black light at a certain location.
Everyone's glowing when I look at them. Oh fuck.
Oh, fuck.
You would also
Oh.
see a fiend as well nearby.
Yeah.
Fiends are my favorite enemy, bro. I'm like, oh god.
Okay, I think that's what it is. Is you look at each of these
God.
people and you expect there to be a darker evil that would explain some of the choices that they've made. And the best you get is there is something about Xantha and his daughter that hint to where they're not 100% undead. I'll put it that way.
Oh.
But there is that quality that you've seen before, because you've used primeval awareness a few times with undead in the city. There is that idea that is there. And then as you see Setch in the doorway, there is the kind of golden outline that happens with Faye. That's kind of around him, and behind him you see the aura. You do not see the person, as they've not come in the room yet. You do see a fiend that is on the premises.
The feature doesn't reveal their location or number.
No, that's true.
No.
But I'm saying narratively, there's like, you have the weird Witcher sense where you're
I can
like
turn around and smell
you
it.
see the aura. You smell it. Yes, definitely.
Because my favorite enemy is fiends. I turn around and can smell it. I'm like,
Mother of fuck.
fuck? Just like it smells like ash, Death
Everyone.
and fear.
Oh, and then Marshwalker. Yes,
Yeah.
he's obviously undead.
Name's Marsh Walker.
Yeah,
Yes.
his
Fuck
name is
yeah.
Marshwalker.
I was like, I had the
Barbarian
idea of
ass
like
name.
when Mel and you raised him. That's what he said. I'll call myself Marshwalker from the moment.
I am the Marsh Walker.
Self
No
Marshwalker.
title.
He's self-titled.
He
No.
self-titled
Literally like
himself
this little
Marshwalker.
like shitty homeless noble that just is like, "Ah, finally I'm important again."
What?
Exactly.
Just woke
Uh,
up.
but that's like Renas' life. There's
Who
like
is this
Renas
guy?
is like the crazed of the 1930s with how they treat money and everything. It's
Awesome.
like they blow through things. So don't give Marshwalker any money. He will gamble it all or buy it on women and
I love
booze.
gambling frog.
I am Marshwalker. Who the
um,
fuck is this
Oh,
guy?
God.
I love it. I love it. Okay. So
Who
I
invited
love him.
Garuld brings us attention to the ninth house.
Not
Veer,
explicitly. Not explicitly.
not explicitly, and Veer kind of turns it to the idea of they should be held responsible for what Mel has done. And he doesn't say the ninth house, but he gestures towards Xantha. And everyone kind of looks sort of towards Xantha. And Xantha, if looks could kill, he would if laser beams could come out, he would do that at Veer right now. And you guys generally get the impression, like in a simple way, like Veer is not nearly as strong as Xantha is as like a character in the story kind of thing. Like he so there is the worry of what may come afterwards, but Veer doesn't seem to care, and this guy back here just looks on to make sure no one's gonna do anything crazy. What do you do? Yeah, no.
I'm gonna move. I'm just moving closer to Veer and just like sort of showing that if someone moves against him, they'll just get destroyed. I'm
Okay.
staring back at Xantha.
The second large the largest man goes and moves next to the second largest man in the room by the dog.
Yeah.
Okay. There as that happens, and Xantha, there's obviously take notes. He kind of looks back behind him at his hobgoblin friend Sharon. Sharon doesn't really move, and the ninth house.
Well,
Yeah.
Garuld would continue on.
Okay. Yeah. What did you say?
He would say,
I have personal and secondary eyewitnesses to exactly who tried to take the fifth bind from Anton. And I have here
and he pulls out of his pocket
a letter given to my associate, Kalam, written with a very faint smell, adorned by one with the name starting with the letter K. You.
and he continues, looking dead at Karen with a Y, daring her, just daring her to try and start some shit, try and catch some smoke with the dwarf, saying,
Oh, continue. Sorry.
saying,
You. I saw you. I remember your smell. You were there with those under this plot to Tutu's employ. And from what I've heard from your sisters, your daddy's little princess. And you put a charm on my associate and tried to have Anton's life taken via the associate's hands.
That is a rather bold claim against my daughter. One that I do not care or to hear nor take lightly. Our house has many agents, connections.
Farwin would ask about the letter. Mr. Dwarf, as he kind of says with a question mark, what are the contents of this letter?
The contents are as such. A meeting was to be arranged between Clam and Kay. Nothing more than that. But I can assure you, my sense of smell, just as good as any of the dogs here.
Anton steps forward. Clom? Do you recognize her? Clom? Kind of important, you know? We'll say intelligence check. Because he's not proficient in the skill that would make
Oh!
sense. I
Bruh.
will spend an inspiration point and give it to Garuld.
Miss Charm, I get it.
Hostile witness!
Alright,
Jesus.
well, Garuld gets an inspiration point out of it. He looks and he shakes his head, and
Wow, so much for
there,
that acquisition.
you can't. They're a little. I'm gonna roll a check. I'm gonna whisper it to myself from Karen
Raggy.
and
Raggy.
the her father. Okay. He doesn't. She doesn't bat an eye. You know, she doesn't seem to care. She just looks in disgust over at what is obviously being said here. Xantha is. He has a concerned look on his face as he looks at his daughter. Like there's a sense of like what happened here.
What the fuck did you do?
Kind of like there, and he's trying to play it off like, hey, because he's obviously wants to talk to her one-on-one, but he does he rolled an 11 on his deception check. So most of you pick up on, like most of the people in the room pick up on that Xantha is confused and perturbed by what the claim is going on here.
Farwin kind of like twist the knife and say, what other people under your house do you have no idea about? First Mel, now your daughter.
My daughter can make choices of her own. Some choices may lead down to dark tunnels, that is true. But some of those choices lead us to better paths. More understanding.
That's convenient that you would say that, because it seems that my client can also make her own decisions, and that some paths lead us down better ones. Into dark tunnels, where I have first-hand accounts of the things you've done down there, buddy.
Ooh,
I
boosh.
Would you like
will
me to take you to the
do.
gravesite of where my niece died, or would you like me to take you down there yourself and maybe
What
Your,
was that, a threat?
niece.
maybe you and Anton can go down there and duke it out, fist to fist, and tell me what's down there.
Your niece, I am unaware of. Not. I have taken care of Drow. You are not a Drow.
My niece was a drow, and she is dead. Because family is family, right, Xantha?
But I am not responsible for what happened in the tunnels.
You sure about that?
This is Anton and the former 12th house. Are you not the ones who gave experiments and made the beasts arise? With all the further developments, I think we're missing that point.
Well, Xantha, I'm sorry. Did you just say that there are beasts underground?
We all saw it rise.
But are you
Beasts,
claiming that you
plural.
know that they were there?
I'm claiming I know they exist now. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to I just want to put that on the record that you were aware of dealings that happened underground, undead or otherwise. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Can we
And
put
in
that on
those
the
and in
record?
those dealings, as well as experiments outside the walls, I have assisted both you and other compatriots in learning something new. I wish to bring something new to the table. We can arrive at other conclusions, make other sentences, but we must understand the full picture first. Sharon. And the hobgoblin drags this dwarf who's bound and gagged and obviously beaten, and he's alive, exhausted. And Garruld, I would like an insight check.
Mm.
I
Well,
would say
uh,
at this
that's
point,
an 8.
Fallen would
We
be
don't
like
Not.
hiding more of his body between his cloak so people don't really see his hands anymore. As this has been brought before us.
Okay. Birdman,
Uh
I would like an insight check. Setch, I would like an insight check
oh.
as
I mean,
well.
unless you're giving me advantage because I'm a dwarf, otherwise it is just an 8.
I'm guessing
Uh,
that fails, so I'm going to use a sorcery point for that one.
Lust, I'll give you advantage because of the kind of dwarf you are, yes.
Okay, then it's a 19.
I'm
Well,
going to
you
use an
doubled your roll.
inspiration.
Double roll. Okay.
Woohoo!
Um,
What the fuck?
Hey.
Oh.
okay.
First one was
That's
just a normal roll. Second one was the sorcery point, and the
Yo,
third one was inspiration.
it's a stoplight. It's a reverse
It's a
stoplight.
stoplight.
Hey.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. Well, then, all of you. For different reasons. Garuld, because I asked you first. Garuld, you recognize this as one of your people, like one of your dwarves from where you come from. He's not a dwarf from this continent. It's quite clear with the beard display and tattoos and how he's dressed. Brandon, Birdman, and Setch. You remember when you were escaping the city
Yeah.
and you ran into some dwarves?
Yeah.
Mhm.
There was
Yeah.
quite a few of them, and you decided to like turn around and fireball and kill them all.
Yeah, we
And
war crime them, yeah.
you left
Mhm.
one alive,
We broke the
and
Geneva Convention.
Mel brought that one to Xantha.
I don't know about we.
But
One of us war crimed
nonetheless,
him.
Mel brought that to Xantha in the time since this happened, which is a couple weeks in game. Xantha has obviously interrogated this man, this dwarf. And the sense of seriousness that comes from his intonation here about what he now understands after having time to do the magic he can do, which is quite invasive to people. Seems like everyone's waiting, at the edge of their seat basically for like what this means. Like for the briefest moment, most things of like most NPCs like for the briefest moment, this dwarf, their curiosity is beyond peak.
Question set.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Is there anything indicative of this dwarf that I can gain as far as history, given Farwin's involvements in the War of the Ancients? As far as where
He's dark.
He dark.
he's dark.
That's all you're gonna
Like
get.
as more like the history of his people, so to speak.
He dark.
He dark.
Well,
It's a high DC, but yeah, sure. You can roll a history check.
He don't.
history. Now, let me see. Do I have anything for that?
He dork dork
Let's
Dork.
do a flat roll, because why not?
dork.
Aw.
He dirk.
That's Arcana.
That's pretty
Oh,
good.
word. My
For
bad. Sorry.
Arcana.
Fine. History.
what the
God.
fuck? Okay, they were
I
the
didn't.
same.
God damn.
Back.
Okay. The War of the Ancients ended with a treaty, but really what ended it was a great cataclysmic magic that broke apart the Dwarven Empire and kind of the tunnels and tradeways that were established to kind of connect them throughout the world. The world at that time was in a slightly different order. Plate tectonics and things were manipulated. They were more closer to the idea of like what we think of like of Pangea or something to
Mhm.
that effect. Um, these dwarves represent the main contingent where they're located now on the world map is like the main group of where the army was of dwarves of the empire at the fall of it. And they were led by a group of 7 generals. You could see over time how that could be put into this culture that has been here. These dwarves are not they're not the dwarves you trade with and have dealt with for the last 500 years. They have a sense of grudge memory that goes back to ancient times that um, they want vengeance for what's been done to them.
Well,
They're the most militaristic of all dwarves.
well, I know what
And
side I was on. I know what war crimes I committed, and this gave me PTSD.
it was a very bloody war. Like,
Mhm.
it was a cataclysmic war where literally the world was being reshaped from choices that were being made by the different sides. So uh the yeah they chose from rumors that have been had in the last 500,000 years since this has happened. These dwarves chose to, because of the actions that were taken by the ancestors, to disown magic. They 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 fear it. They do not use it in the same way that we do. But they, in the last 100 years, there have been lots of reports of them coming from the south to the different lands and taking things that are magical. But there's no ever reports of them using any of these magic items or people or conduits or structures. They just take them, and then no one knows what happens to them.
Think I get out? Pull me back in.
So
Yeah, I will be watching this display with extreme curiosity. That dwarf, though. Hmm. Hmm.
he's been through a ringer.
Yes.
Been through a ringer.
Farwin
To
is contemplating.
that same extent, uh, how much would you say Garwulf knows about his pupils' activities? He's not one to look out for that type of information, but just as a general sense type of thing.
Remind me, how long ago did Garold leave?
Uh, let's see. Like 100 years ago?
Okay. Um, 100 years ago, there was a different how do I word it? Like law about things were structured. Your people were kind of isolationists in a very strict sense. Since you've left, there have been ideas that you've heard of your people trying to explore more and get out of those, but you also know that since then, part of what kept them there, something that Farwin wouldn't know, part of the reason why they stayed for the last 1,000 years is there to the south. There are probably were by Garrold's understanding by how his people work. Were what was left of what your people saw as the Elven Empire in the southern part of South America that they've been at constant war with since this treaty is over. So you're presuming they finally won the war, and now that they've taken the resources in the last 100 years from that Elven Empire that was there from the south, they've now are moving on to higher sites, which is just kind of dwarven blood in and of itself. So,
I mean,
yeah.
he was a soldier right before he left,
Mm-hmm.
so he would have fought in that war, wouldn't he have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was versus wood elves predominant. That was a wood elf empire. So Birdman, I imagine, is even a little off-putting to you because, like, seeing a wood elf after not seeing a wood elf for a long time, because Birdman's like one of probably one of like 5 wood elves that exists in the city.
And I look really bad.
Yeah.
I don't look healthy at
I-
all.
Based off of what Garwold has been through, I don't think he looks at Birdman with any form of animosity. More, it would just be like that, not to say it's PTSD, but just more of a recognition of, oh, a wood elf. Yeah, I've killed a lot of you before, haven't I? Huh. But that would be it.
Okay. This guy, Garuld would also no, he's high ranking in the military, like decently high ranking. You don't want to say captain, but someone around like below whatever captain would be, I guess, basically. So that would also imply, as some of the rumors you've heard, that they've invested a decent amount of manpower and money to come this far north, and they've brought a decent number of them. If you have someone this high ranking and not be the only report of this, because by this point, the city does have a loose story about a dwarf with a crystal axe and how that crystal axe has brought no one knows what happened to this axe, and it's brought attention to the city from the dwarves to the south, and it's a weird, like, twisted version of kind of what you guys did, but there is a loose story in the city about that, about this dwarf from the south that came with a crystal axe, and he's the reason he and different reasons of why, he stole it, he's running away from his own people, he was trying to sell it, and now it's somewhere in the city, and one of the lords is gonna bring down all this. And now with Xantha's tension with bringing this dwarf forward, maybe some of that is true, like some of these things. And Birdman, of course.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Birdman and Setch are both like, oh,
I'd
shit.
like to strike that one from the record.
But
I know nothing about the
Xantha,
But I have an
Xantha
alibi, so fuck
basically-
y'all.
Xantha basically explains in so many terms that the 12th house has created more problems that we weren't even aware of. And yes, you have the problems of Mel, and that needs to be handled, and we should put her on trial and take care of those things. But what Mel doesn't even understand is what her predecessors did. And they established trades with the dwarves far to the south and have brought a curiosity that wasn't there. And that curiosity has brought a presence. This dwarf can only speak in his native tongue, so I will try my best to translate for you. But I do think hearing his words, hearing the tenor of his fear, will predicate the importance of what's happening to us. And Kane will probably speak up as one of the closest ones. It's like, what are you suggesting? That these dwarves are coming to invade us? And Xantha kind of smiles a little wickedly. If it only was that simple. And he ungags the dwarf, and he basically tells the dwarf, tell them what you told me. And the dwarf, looking around the room, looks for a familiar face, doesn't see anyone, and then sees Garuld eventually, and like doesn't recognize you in any way, shape, or form, but recognizes you as the only other dwarf in the room, and tries to latch onto that as some sort of hope in the situation he's in. You can decide whether or not Garuld returns that sense of like racial pride that he tries to latch on to, like, as he's surrounded by such disgust. Like, he looks at the way he looks at the others.
I think just because of some.
And you remember your people. Your people were racist as fuck.
No, yeah.
Yeah, your dwarves, the dwarves you come from are some of the most racist dwarves on the planet. Like they are very ruthless about it.
I think
yeah.
Fallen would step up, look down at this beaten dwarf, and he would say in Dwarvish in a commanding tone, "Speak. Don't make me ask twice."
Garulf would interpose, saying in Dwarvish, and I'm about to just make up some lore here, Seth. So I hope you're ready to catch.
Oh, baby.
He says,
Is Commander Travlo still in his position of power?
No, it's not. Life's been difficult. It changed the last 100 years before I was born.
Well, at least one good thing came of you being here.
He looks at you confused at that. You would claim the great commanders are. His death is a good thing.
Boy, if you saw the shit I saw, you would agree with me.
You have eyes that are not dwarf. You have tattoos that glint and shine with magics. No, I would not understand.
Am I the only one who's uncomfortable that two dwarves are talking to each other right in front of my face?
I was gonna
I feel
say,
like that.
as he's making this conversation to Garuv, clearly ignoring Farwin, Farwin's eyes twitch, and we'll say subtle spell. Phantasmal force.
Is it weird? I'm not trying to be that guy in this room, okay? But I just feel a little weird.
Like, kind of simultaneously, Xantha's trying to get this guy to, like, speak, right? And kind of do the thing, and,
So, with the subtle spell, I want to make sure it doesn't do damage, but still to kind of get the point across. So this phantasm, well, Oh, okay. So this phantasm that this dwarf is experiencing, he's already gagged. He was gagged. He's already bound and restrained. It looks like to him suddenly there's like some sort of weird chain that wraps around his neck. The floor starts kind of slipping, so it's like he's dropping and he's being caught by the equivalent of a noose or a gallows. So he's kind of experiencing that.
Oh, Annie's on drugs. Great. Fantastic. This is a real good witness you brought to us, Xantha. Fantastic.
Well,
So
he has to make a save first, so
yes, intelligence save.
Just
Mm-hmm.
me, or is anybody a little icked by the dwarf language? I'm just gonna put it out there.
Okay. So what does he see?
Well, it's like he sees himself being wrapped by a chain or like a rope that is slowly choking him. Like he's experiencing being on the gallows right now.
Oh, okay. He starts to react in kind and try to grab at his binds. He just ends up kind of like falling a little bit more on the ground, kind of in the process, as he's already bound pretty well.
Yeah.
Great.
And
Uh,
then Arwen again says in Dwarvish, I told you not to make me ask twice.
you wizards, yeah, you mages, you mystics and clerics, paladins, warlocks of ancient orders, you don't understand. You think you're so strong. You think you're so mighty.
I remember the
But we've
house yon days.
found... sorry.
I remember the house yon days. I lived a life. You are not the first dwarf I've gutted.
You're not the last elf that said such to me, threatened my life, and regretted it. When the skies are falling, when the mountains are rumbling, when the primordial roar is heard, your magics will mean nothing. Xantha will grab him by the neck and just like the imagery now. And Xantha will look towards his daughter, and his daughter's gonna cast some sort of spell. And she disappears for the briefest moment. And there's some seizing that happens with the dwarf, and eventually the dwarf's head kind of cocks off to one side, and his eyes kind of reorient. Yeah, I saw it. Over the hill, when we came for the first time, after the oceans. Right? Never thought in a million years, me a lower-ranking soldier, seeing one of the Jovians rise, one of the great seven found from the ancient days. And now that they've taken what they want, they come here, and we follow them to great glory. And he kind of shakes his head and fights it, and eventually he kind of continues, and he describes, as my voice is getting a little tired, he describes a basically the equivalent of a few ships carrying dwarves and military equipment landing on the southwest shore beyond the mountains of the lands of Animaesus, spending the last year or so kind of scouting the area, making some connections with some of the locals, and then in the last couple months making more direct contact by taking strategic villages and towns and stuff that will allow them to inevitably kind of go after the city. And there's scoffs and like bunch of bullshit being called from, the houses around, like impossible kind of thing. And then a description from Xantha of what he saw when he was in his tower, his glass tower, crystal tower, watching to the southwest of that position as Cash, led by Drow, breaks out of the city and barrels through the city, goes out to the northwest, and then how we haven't had increased dwarf encounters of these same types since then. And then the dwarf continues to describe how these dwarves have. We saw Cash, right? They have 3 like Cash that they brought with them that they're going to use to eventually take the city once they're ready. And these creatures are something that the dwarf warns is. You've seen what Cash can do, and he was simply escaping. Imagine something with purpose. He describes the 3. One flies, and you will never see it beyond that. For lack of a better way to put it, a fighter jet is basically what he describes. One is a shadow a shadow of a mountain is what they call it. They call it the beast of the mountain. They're named it Kilney. The one that flies, he doesn't say the name. He's too scared to. Kilney, the shadow of the mountain, is he saw it once. It looks like a giant cat, like a giant panther cat thing. That's the best way he can describe it. And then the one that is like the one he knows very well, he names it Kelreer, and Kelreer will be your destruction. His fists are indestructible. And he described something that's basically a monkey, maybe? But like King Kong. Basically what he describes. And Xantha kind of takes over by this point. We must prepare. That is why these decisions must be made here and now, not lengthened out by the stage courts.
Owen would ask, have we heard enough from this dwarf?
Xantha gestures to the other binder lords, and most of them kind of nod at this. Anton requests to discuss with him more privately later, if he's able to. And people kind of sneer at that with Anton.
Discuss with the dwarf?
Mm-hmm.
Passive medicine. Well, can I make a medicine check to see how sturdy this dwarf is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Like, if his neck were to snap due to phantasmal force.
How much damage does Phantasmal do?
1d6, but if I concentrate it on for a full minute, that's basically 10d6 worth of psychic damage. But it was subtly cast.
Okay, medicine check. I gotta move him over so I can look at some of the things. He has multiple levels of exhaustion. We're gonna say 3 levels of exhaustion. Okay. And I didn't put that on there. And then he is at 25 HP. I'll say with that at 20. You don't know his max. It's pretty high.
No problem.
He has 25 HP
yeah.
right now.
I
Yeah.
would not trying to fully influence, but at the asking of, I'm guessing Xantha asks if anyone else has. Well, no, Farwin, you asked if anyone else has dealings with the dwarf, didn't you?
Yeah, like, have we learned everything that we wanted to know? Because Farron's pretty much, well, you can recognize Farron has the eyes of death on this dwarf, pretty much.
Geralt would have said,
There's some things I'd like to ask him myself.
Farman would turn and look at you, and then he would look back at the dwarf that's on the ground. And then you kind of like breathe in through his nose and breathe out through his mouth, and he says, "He's not worth it. Do as you must, but dispose of him accordingly."
Okay. Before we get into that, I gotta pee. So give me 2 minutes.
Not the pee.
Not the piss.
Oh, piss master strikes again.
Bro, that's pretty crazy that they're talking about all this stuff, man. I have no fucking idea what they're talking about. This is real.
Birdman just nodding along like, yep,
Yep.
yep, this is
This
happening.
complicates things. I was hoping this evolved into more chaos, but
I don't. Oh, it will if I tell them what the hell is really going on. Yeah, it definitely will. I'm waiting I'm waiting for my perfect opportunity.
I mean, he probably could have if I ended up just killing the dwarf right then and there.
Oh, it
Well,
would have.
that would have been a problem.
Like, that's
not the
definitely
kind
a
of
war
problem that I
crime.
wanted.
Oh, I'm no stranger to war crimes.
I wanted-
Oh no! Speaking of war crimes,
Yeah,
Not
speaking of
war
war
crimes.
Speaking of war crimes,
my
I'm
favorite
here.
war criminal. Oh my
will
god.
appear.
Oh my god.
They will appear.
I'm
You're late for
here.
the meeting. You guys are like 15, 20 minutes late for the
Good.
meeting.
I needed another agent of chaos.
Good. We
Oh
just need
no.
Things
just
are
one
going
more
too
wrench to
smoothly.
throw on.
I'm fashionably late.
You don't say.
Of course.
We're calling Xantha out for his bullshit,
And he's like, yeah, don't look at me, look at the dwarf.
and he's giving us a counter argument. Yeah.
I don't want to be there for that. He would look at me weird.
Oh, well, I think this is actually the perfect time for you to come in. We were
Well,
all.
you're here,
I mean-
so
I mean,
you can arrive
everyone,
now.
everyone is looking at everyone kind of weird. That's
can
just
sense
been
you.
weird looks.
I know you're here.
I'm pretty sure Xantha has gone cross-eyed a few times.
Yeah.
He's got this daughter who got in a fight with a hairdresser. Apparently.
My father took everything from me as a child. Left a
Never let me
hole
eat meat.
inside of me that I would never be. Yeah, never let me eat meat. Left a hole inside of me that I would never be able to fill. So I decided to fill the hole of others. Specifically,
The fuck are y'all saying?
Yes, Morgan, we understand the fundamentals of what they're doing.
I would fill them with
Gibbity, my
corn
friend.
cook.
Okay.
Yes, Gordon, we understand the fundamentals of what you're doing.
Welcome, Jenny.
I'm so lost.
I'm not.
No, you arrived at the perfect time.
Yeah.
That part.
Xantha goes
That part
cross-eyed,
doesn't.
That's what it thought of me.
That part doesn't surprise me. Okay. We began today, with Setch taking a detour from the Moot to go talk with. He soon met Thera, who was the young woman. He soon found out, young fiend, that Alucard rescued from the Drow matron's prisons, who Ferrum was talking with last session, kindly convincing her to come to the meeting to help implicate the actions of the other houses as another witness, kind of those things. Mel kind of assisted with that persuasion. Then with Setch and Mel kind of arriving late to the meeting begins with the first house, Lord Highbaron of the Wolves, kind of addressing. He called the meeting the second house should basically be implicated in the coup that what happened. They've taken the seal from the fifth house. getting Anton on his side. Then it kind of goes back and forth of like who did the right thing, and about and we've assumed by this point that Mel has yet to arrive. Just to make the narration the easiest for me. In that process, former members of the 12th House, this Drow and Human, have stepped forward and basically kind of claimed that you usurped their right to what should have been given to them by their family, with how things are normally established. It's eventually brought up that the 12th House basically did the same thing 12 years ago when they took it from the former members that ran the 12th House. Kind of conversation of Fawin, Francis's character, brings up, with Orcafor kind of agreeing, to houses need to be officially kind of welcomed and whatnot. The discussion of your threat has been brought up. They tried to spin to the 9th house a little bit, and then the 9th house just brought up the dwarf that you gave them and how they've interrogated the dwarf and found out basically the dwarves are almost ready to move on the city of Salt in like a large format kind of invasion. They have 3 what he called Jorvians, which are what Cash is. 3 of them. One is basically a fighter jet, is the way he described it. Maybe it's a bird or something, he's not really sure. One is a giant panther that can turn invisible, named Kilney. And then Kelreer is this monkey that supposedly has fists that are indestructible or something that will be the one to break the walls of the city. I think that's the general gist. I don't know. Did I miss something?
No.
That's a lot of information.
I know. Lots happened. Lots happened in the last hour and a half. They're in the middle of interrogating this dwarf who's kind of in the center. They haven't come to any decisions. There's just been lots of claims about what to do. Your frogman did try to speak for you, but Birdman didn't like what he said, so he kicked him.
Yep.
More than once.
He
bunch of
started
times.
talking. He started talking about some crazy ass shit, so I kicked him in the mouth.
He spoke things all that were true. He brought up a lot about the history, about basically trying to argue what Mel has done. He hasn't named you yet, but then like trying to argue for your master, his master.
Hashtag Mel did nothing wrong.
What Mel has done has been something that's been done in the past, and perhaps before we judge, we should try to figure out more. And then once you investigate, you realize, and then that's when the conversation's like divulged into all the other, like what he was hinting to is all the other houses, and then on what they're doing. And then Veer kind of stepped forward as the good boy and basically called out what everyone's been doing and how this is like what everyone's doing is just gonna fuck up the city. Like we really need to help the city. And now Xantha's kind of riding that argument with the dwarf to kind of get pressure off of him to be like, the city's in trouble. We need to stop arguing. Let's just put Mel in jail, kill her, do whatever we're going to do, kill off the people that need to be killed off, and let's move on. We need to save the city. That's what he's trying to argue right now, basically.
What a bitch. I've also decided that my spy twins, the gnome and monkey, are not going to be visible. If that's okay, I want them to be sort of hidden in the rafters somewhere, if that is possible. Yeah, Birdman, you're allowed to know where they are, but I don't want other people to...
Okay. The pagoda you guys are in, we'll jump to that map real briefly. That image, I guess. It's a pretty big building. So definitely, I think, a possibility. And I did kind of narrate that while other things were happening, your crew was basically recon setup kind of stuff.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Good shit.
So We left with Garuld wanting to ask some questions to this dwarf that he recognized. Yeah, what do you want to do? Eros. Lust.
Arrows.
Eros.
God, if Eros was
Why
here,
is Eros here?
If Eros was here, this would already turned into at least one dance party. So
Or an orgy,
there
whichever
would
Or
be
an
no
orgy.
problems at all.
There'd be no problem. Nah, Eros would probably cause a war on
Oh,
accident.
good.
at least one of the guys in this room would have been angry about his sex life that you ruined. So
It's not her fault. She wasn't. She didn't choose to be born so fucking hot. It's not her fault.
Hey, bro.
Okay. Nonetheless, what does Garuld want to do?
Gould would want it. You would say. Ah, fuck, brain. I hate you so much.
That's
You
an
would say-
interesting thing for a girl to say.
Well, he wouldn't say that. That's what Lust says. Lust says, "Fuck you, brain."
God, these dwarves
Okay.
are so confusing, man. What
Oh,
is-
so confused. What the fuck?
I don't get it, bro. Why does it
Culture's
piss
so
me?
confusing.
Why does it piss me off?
Why does that piss me off?
Why does that piss me off?
Yeah, dwarves.
Gould would actually say,
You can try to obfuscate as much as you like, Santa. But still, things do need to be addressed. And you can't defend your own borders if you can't settle what's going on inside. As for the dwarf, I'd prefer my questions to him to be in private, so he can wait until after we're done.
Oh, no, I'd prefer that those questions be put on the stand. Thank you very much. That's just my personal opinion, though. I know nobody really.
These questions involved things about your kind being killed, Elf.
Well,
And perhaps I
jokes on
should be
you.
involved.
Jokes on
As-
you. I've only been an elf for like 3 weeks, so no, it doesn't. Kind of.
"What the fuck would I roll to like not be confused by that statement?"
You just would be. There's nothing you can-
Roll sanity.
Roll
I'm-
sanity. That's good.
You know what?
Huh?
Yeah,
I think
I'm
a
fine.
sanity save makes sense for this scene in general. So yeah.
Yeah, he just brushes that off. Like, okay, the fuck. Like, I turned into a werewolf and I was trained by dragons. What the fuck do I care? What's going on in his mind right now? Like, okay, whatever.
Point being, what I have to talk about with him is truly of no concern to anyone here. It won't change what happens.
No, maybe not. But I might have some information as well about it.
And I believe I have a vested interest if it involves the death of elves, quote unquote.
No elves are going to be harmed in the making of this film. I can guarantee you that. Look at the camera. I look at the camera like Jim.
Anton will kind of get everyone's attention, raise his hand, whatnot. He's short. I think we in the fifth house, kind of motioning towards Gerald, would be best to understand more of what this dwarf knows, and best to understand how to defend against it and his technology. It seems something we should worry about, but we do get off trail from our initial discussion.
Yes.
I agree with this, my to a friend here. The issue of our borders cannot be addressed until we find the darkness within and squash it. I agree with Hybian, oddly enough. And to this point, if a decision about the second house in particular, as my interests are most vested in that outcome, is not made by the time we leave this early morning, then I will attack the second house forthwith. Declare war.
Well, hold on a minute, buddy. Before you jump to any conclusions, I think I want to bring up a subject that has to do with what Xantha was talking about in the underground and you in the previous 12th house working together to build some stuff.
Oh, that is water under the bridge by this
Oh, it's
point.
water under the bridge, is it? When the Tarask jumps out of the entire hole and destroys pretty much half of a neighborhood. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Your
It's
friend
great.
killed it. It was fine.
My friend killed it. I helped kill it. I was there. I saw what happened. And I saw what happened
We are
after.
more than capable to deal with these things, and there was only one.
It's actually at this point that I'd like to pull out the blueprint out of my bag, out of my little suitcase. You're like, that's really funny that you say that, because actually I have a blueprint here. I'd like to put something forward to this meeting, just to everybody in this room here real quick. I pull out the blueprint. This is a blueprint that I was acquisitioned to find at some point, because it seemed really spooky and really, really odd that something would be going on down there. And in my investigations of the previous 12th house, which I'm sure all of you have had investigations of the previous 12th house, it was found that they were creating something down there, something that this blueprint will be able to tell you, and something that they didn't account for breaking out and destroying an entire neighborhood. Care to explain yourself now, bro? Man? Anton?
It
Xantha?
was the
Everybody?
drow. He points back to the drow behind him.
It was the drow.
They were the machina. They created all the machinations behind these movements.
You're
I
telling
did not
me-
know what I was doing until it was too late.
Okay, well, then I'd like to put that in the hat for investigation as well. Can we all agree on that? Everybody, every binder lord in this room, can we all agree on that? To keep
There
that in
is, for the
back pocket?
first time this late evening, a resounding nod from everyone.
Cool, great. And so on the court of that, we're all also in agreement that Xantha's in trouble too. I just want to point that out as well. Everybody nod your head. Yes, yes. Let's go.
The
I would
Why
say,
has nobody asked what actually happened?
Oh,
Oh no.
in regards to
I sweat.
so is this the ominous voice just coming from the doorway? Is that what's happening?
Finally.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. I will
Everything was
move.
going smoothly until about 10 seconds ago.
Kane does a little pss, pss, and his men follow him over here.
kind of say in Orcafor's mind, warfare would impede any deliveries of what this dwarf has to say. Perhaps we should retain this captured dwarf and ensure that Anton keeps communications open while we have his leverage.
Your frog man's name, self-titled name, so you know, is Marshwalker.
Oh yes,
Marshwalker comes over here with his grandiose cape and flips it behind, takes a knee in front of you. My lady. He does this most grandiose bow to greet you as you come in.
She does like a very flouncy hand gesture of like, yes, I appreciate that you're my bro.
Yeah, I walk over and I put the cape right over his head and I look at, I like pull him down, like over his head, pull him down and just look at Mel. Wow, it's glad that you showed up on time. Late, as usual.
There's a couple people murmuring, do we still vote? Or like, what's going on?
She just gives you a stare.
Do you have an announcement to make? Now
I'm
would be a
just
really good time.
curious as to why everybody is talking about all of these accusations and these incorrect speculations without actually asking what happened.
Because nobody knows what happened, and you're the only reason that nobody knows what happened.
Well, nobody's asked.
Everybody asked. Everybody's asking. They're dying to figure it out.
From my understanding, whenever we set off to crush the 12th house that I believe was becoming a little bit too big for its bridges, each and every single one of us in that group from the various houses, myself, Setch, Felis, the others who went on the mission, Garlvd included, I believe every single person was told to secure the bind for their respective houses.
Murmur, disagree. Murmur, disagree.
Mutter.
Nonetheless, we invaded as we were instructed to do so. And when we arrived at the end of such a mission and faced the matron mother herself, one of us killed the matron mother. It was not me. When the matron mother died, Alucard trapped her soul, I believe in a sole attempt to secure the bind for whichever house he was working for. I don't care to know.
That's 8. I was gonna
And
say
we will
8.
never know, because apparently...
No, sorry, go for it.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was gonna leave it up because apparently, and I was just gonna leave it off at that, because he's dead.
And the only other voice that like goes above the others as murmurs and muttering continues is Massinifex, the seventh house binder lord. Is such magic even possible? To trap a soul?
I saw it with my own eyes, as did many others who were there. Ask others if you do not believe me. But yes, such magic is possible.
Like dominoes, the murmuring goes away from you. Inevitably, everyone kind of points towards Orcafor as the strongest magic person in the room, and asking about Alucard. Where is Alucard? Like, if he can do this, why isn't he here? And you know, can Orcafor do these things? And Orcafor's just quiet.
And if it were Orcafor, why is he not in the possession of Word of Power? Why is it that it holds into your hands?
That's a good question.
Well, if you would be patient, I would tell you. Irregardless, once Alucard had the Word of Power, I believe he disappeared. Or let us say the matron mother's soul instead of the Word of Power. He had her soul. I believe then he disappeared. After such an event, Setch and I also made our leave, and the rest did as they pleased. I spent the next several hours searching for Alucard, and was unsuccessful in finding him until he arrived at Orcafor's tower upon invitation.
More murmurs about Orcafor.
Mutter.
I did not want the Word of Power to fall to Orcafor because I believe he would use it with ill will. And he would make his house far too powerful. It would unbalance the city. So, I attempted to restrain Alucard, unsuccessfully. Many people saw me attack him. Many people saw him disappear from my grasp. In no way did I murder Alucard. I would like to make that very clear. I never had intent to harm him, and I didn't get the chance to, even if I did. After Alucard disappeared, I made the decision to go to the bind myself, since I knew he would likely try to transfer the power of the matron mother's soul to someone else soon. I did not steal the word of power. I did not steal the bind. I simply made a deal with the soul of the matron mother via communication with her soul. After I had discussed with her the options, she taught me the ritual to gain the bind, the word of power.
The
And that's what I did.
drow in front of you at that point interrupts you and says, "You lie! She would never do that."
You may cast whatever spell you wish on me. I tell the truth.
There's a crap ton of insights that are rolled right now. I'm gonna say most of them succeed because that's a lot. But like, there's definitely, and like he even is questioning kind of this, but he looking at him with the time you spent with the matron mother, he's one of her many bastard sons.
Yeah.
And
cool as
what
a
was
best
this
bastard
arrangement that you made for the matron mother? If we say
I
the news clip.
am not at liberty to discuss my dealings with the dead. I've told you the truth, and I've told you what happened. Something I did not need to do. But chose to.
If you have the liberty to speak with the dead, certainly shouldn't we have that opportunity as well, to hear it from the corpse's mouth?
If you wish to speak with her corpse, go and find her head yourself. Or cast whatever spell you wish. If you want to ask her, she may tell you.
Or just remain silent.
Birdman looks at you like, yeah.
You hear Veer kind of step into the center of the room, his plate armor kind of shimmy. With that silence, asking the room, not really so much Mel, but he's looking towards Mel because Mel's giving the story. Where is my friend Alucard then?
Well, I think someone here can shine some light on that, and I'll gesture towards the lady behind me, and I'll kind of like tilt my head over for her to like move forward and speak up.
Thera, still dressed in Alucard's clothing, as best as she was able, kind of steps forward as confidently as she can muster. Definitely, this is the first time she's ever been in a situation with so many noble people around her. You all see what the picture shows. Kind of dark olive skin, long blackish brown hair, curly, human. But, you know, Birdman knows she's not.
I can smell her.
Right. And
So if I
Tell us,
Okay.
speak your truth.
yeah, I'm trying to get in character. What does Gerald want to do something?
I have this thing called heightened senses. That's no, that's not it. Hunter's Bane. That's what I mean. Hunter's Bane. I have this thing, Hunter's Bane. I can recall and track Fae, Fiends, and Undead pretty well.
Would you know she's a fiend though?
I wouldn't implicitly know. That's why I'm asking God if I might have. I'm not actively doing this, but this is just in a passive sense. If my
Okay.
wolf hairs are tingling.
If you've ever seen X-Men when Wolverine, his nostril just flares all of a sudden, you know? That's like the
Yeah.
extent I guess of what you pick up on. Like is you know there's something odd about her. You smell the familiarity. You were down there. You just probably haven't put two and two together yet. Like she smells familiar. She smells like the Underdark. She smells like blood. She smells like drow, but she's not a drow. And then there's something else that you can't quite pick up on that she smells like. That would, I guess, be that Hunter's Bane thing. She's trying to find the words of what she wants to say, how she wants to say what happened to her. And she's looking around at all these faces just peering at her, and she has to remind herself by almost connecting to Setch in a way telepathically that she's not alone, you know, and she kind of looks back at Mel, who's like kind of stunned them all into the silence that now she's taking ownership of, and it's kind of intimidating to her. And she grabs her hands and kind of plays with her fingers a little bit, fidgeting. I wasn't born in the city. I was brought here. Taken from a home that was worse in some ways. And I was asked of things. And I spent many, many, many nights. That's what I understood. Before there was an explosion. A shift. And then a few more nights. And then screams and death of my captors, the drow. Down below. And then a hand saying, "Here, I'm here. Come with me." And Alucard took me from the Drow's depths. They were experimenting on me and others, trying to understand how to control what you have taught them. No. Looking at Anton. How to understand it. How to apply it. And then awaken something, and you saw what they awoke. I've heard the rumors. Alucard told me the tale of what he saw when this great monstrosity of rock led by Drow escapes from the city. And now we've heard tales that there are more coming to this city. Alucard went to meet the 11th house, and then never returned. None of you seem to be drawing the conclusion that I seem to, is why hasn't the 11th house said anything about that? Where's
We have been
Alucard?
That is what we are investigating. Mel admitted that she had attacked Alucard at our domain, and if so, Alucard disappeared. And she possesses the word of power. I see that's very convenient that it falls into her favor that Alucard's disappearance benefits only her.
I did not cause his disappearance. If you wish to check my story, cast some sort of spell you wizards love.
Garwolf
There are also
would
magics
pipe
that can
up.
deny such powers.
Hmm.
I think we should do
Garwolf
this by
would
the book.
pipe up. Fuck. Garwolf will pipe up.
Alucard walked into the tower of the 11th house. I saw Mel, leave. Because I was there.
Everyone's kind of looking over at Orcafor, and Ibirn kind of steps forward. His armor clinks, and his, deep breaths he's taken. All of you around can feel this guy's a big, big wolf kind of dude, and he looks over at Orcafor. Can you do this? Trap a soul. And Orcafor looks at Hybern, looks at the others. I can. And I will share this knowledge. But it has come at a price. A price I think we're all willing to understand that needs paid, and one that can be avoided. I have taken ownership of Alucard. He is mine. His knowledge will be mine.
Ah.
And
Yeah, try to defend him now, bro.
Yeah.
This is hard, huh?
but you should understand, Xantha. Kane. Fear. Ibern. Masinifex. Anton. You should understand. This changes the game, does it not? And if you wish to keep your part in the game, and he looks at Mel from across the room. You don't know how he's looking at you, Mel, but he is. You will understand who controls the most important pieces.
Killian's had enough of this bullshit, I think. He steps forward a little bit. I'm gonna just kind of try to move Veer behind me.
I will have to step in to kind of interject just a bit, just to make sure.
Okay, well, you and Veer can do a do-si-do then.
It's like a...
As Veer would want to get closer to this guy, definitely, if he senses the tension.
And literally in
that's why he
Orcafor's
pays the big
mind,
bucks.
he's like, I hope you know what you're doing. You're all surrounded. And any wrong word, blades can point it at us.
There are some of us here that can match your blades, friend.
Oh, I'm talking in his mind.
Oh,
I'm not-
okay. So
I'm
saying
not
out
saying
loud.
it out loud.
My bad.
Kind of an
Take that
important
back.
note to make.
Whoa, what if
there.
he taught? What if Seth talked back in your mind? What?
But such will move forward.
X
And
Yeah.
Files theme.
Back telepathically. Ibn, he must know the truth. And I must keep him on our side. He knows the truth. He will not care for Alucard. He will barter for what we have.
It is
We
not
have-
the first house, I fear, would get irrational.
As this is happening, Killian stepping forward, and he just sees Killian as a member of the first house. He doesn't understand the implications.
How have we all not heard enough at this point? Have all of your ears dulled with age? How are you not tired of all these power plays and disregard for the lives of the city? The houses have been shown unsuited for their positions. Each of you vying for power. All of you, the scavengers you are, pulling at the biggest chunk of meat. This has exposed you all. How can you say that you are worthy of holding your binds and your positions? Every day you threaten the safety of your people. And the people are becoming tired of it. Your time will come to a close if things do not radically change.
That's a wonderful sentiment, whoever you are. But this isn't necessarily the place for such a thing. Perhaps start a rebellion if you're willing to spew such flouncy language.
I would like to interject. None of this
Perhaps
was
if we
hardly
say
the place for
something
any of this. But it became so.
constructive.
This
Birdman
became a
writes
mini
down
stage court.
writes down in a notebook, blame pet detective for Jay Gilesman. Period, period, period.
Bro, you beat me by 2 seconds. I was literally about to bring it up.
Yeah.
Things need to change here, and you
Absolutely.
know that.
Writing down, like, pin it on pet detective.
I was literally about to say, the prose you speak, are you perhaps influenced by a Jay Giles brand?
Murmurs and a mixture of disgust and confusion by what has happened with this name. in the last-
Mel's eyes glow red.
Those letters, the author makes a bold stance on the condition of the society, enough to stir the hearts of the aristocracy. I cannot deny, the prose is beautifully written. Such a shame the author has to rely on a pen name. But do you take ownership of that name?
We are getting
No.
off topic.
Birdman wipes the sweat off his brow and the tear out of his eye.
Yeah, I agree with Mel. We're getting off topic here. So is it
Yeah,
just
off
normal
topic. Yeah,
for,
yeah.
is it just normal for binder lords to take subordinates from other houses and for it just to go unpunished, unnoticed? I mean,
I would
these
think.
people here seem
And
to think it
for
was justified.
Orcafor to simply not bring it up that he had ownership of Alucard and try and pin such a murder on me.
Oh. I pull out my large penis out of my pocket. I stand in the middle of the room and I go, ladies, gentlemen, ladies, we can solve this problem. Okay, we have a lot of stuff that we just talked about. Okay, don't worry about Pet Detective. He's new here. He is currently working, learning on the law, and I'm supposed to be helping him with that. So yeah, first things first, let us lay out all of the accusations and potential trials that we have. As a neutral party, I would like to recommend this as our next course of action. So currently we have up on the stand the second house. They are up for investigation of this Platutu guy. I don't fucking know what's up with that, but we're gonna find him. So I suggest we find a party to find this Platutu. In the meanwhile, what's the affairs of the 12th house? What are we looking at? The Tarrasque's not awake, so it could be worse, right? Right? Guys?
I'm still curious on the nature of that conversation Mel had with the matron.
Well, we'll worry
Because
about
I'm under the implication that either Mel is an agent of this matron mother that we tried to quell, or she
Very
would
funny. Very funny that you think I would work with the drow.
Well,
I made one deal with her, and that is done.
So then, if I want, as a neutral party, once again, no sides taken here. By the way, just want to throw that out here. Does that mean that you'd like to claim ownership of the Word of Power and the 12th house, for the record?
The
For
12th
everybody
house
here
is
involved.
mine.
Fantastic. I'll just put that down here on the record. just write it. Okay, fantastic. I'll just write that here. And so basically, this whole meeting is adjourned. We found out what's going on. We have a new 12th house binder lord. Everybody pop your bottles. Anybody want to take a hit off this giant dong? Anybody? Literally anybody? It's
Well,
open.
That
still-
still does not explain Karen's involvement in the fifth bind's occupation.
Okay. This is true. This is something that we need to
I
talk
agree.
about.
There was also an attack on the 12th house bind.
Do you have any idea of? Do you have any suggestions of who you might think attacked your bind, Miss Binderlord of the 12th house?
Oh shit, Seth. Who attacked the bind? Was it dwarves or
It was frogs. There were definitely frogs. there at one
frogs?
time.
Yeah. That's I do believe so.
The 12th house was a mixture of former 12th house members that were assisting frogs from the second house. There were additionally multiple casters running around and flying around. You could make claims of the 9th or the 11th house easily with either one of those things.
Okay.
Garuld has already direct evidence that's been put to play that the 9th house, Xantha's daughter, Karen, was part of it. And
Karen with a Y.
Xantha kind of sidestepped it and kind of is defending his daughter. So trying to keep the pressure off of her and brought the dwarf in is kind of a deflection from that. So bringing back to that idea, they both look perturbed and uncomfortable at Garuld bringing this idea back up.
I am quite positive that the second house was involved, as well as some sort of casters, as well as others. I'm very sure that the 9th house was involved.
This is the point I'm trying to make. How are we supposed to judge those who are guilty when so many of us in this room are guilty?
Seriously, dog boy, you're doing nothing.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't
It's
let
okay.
her. Don't.
It's
It's
okay.
okay. Don't let her kill your spirit like that. I get it.
I just stare at you like I will kill you. Like I will fully go over there. You are too close to
Don't
talk
make me
to
go over there.
I will eat your babies.
She literally just raises an eyebrow and like scoffs.
Guys.
Seriously, whoever you are, golden retriever, if you want to start a rebellion amongst the aristocracy that benefits off pain and suffering, is not the place to do it. And you're not
I'm
going to
asking
guilt.
true
You're not going to
questions
guilt
here.
these people. It's literally going to do nothing because
This is a matter of stability, not guilt. We have an army that is supposedly coming to invade us. And apparently, all of the houses want something more.
yeah, exactly. So if you want to talk about the invasion, then talk about that. But don't be so, you all are evil people and doing crazy things. How do you not feel bad? Like, it's going to change nothing.
All right,
So,
I think
just
that we
take a
can
breath.
find a
Talk about the
peaceful
invasion.
settlement on this. We don't have to kill each other. We don't have to.
Beer will speak up at this point. Part of that settlement comes from justice being served.
Facts.
Ah,
Facts and logic.
the sins
Facts
of the
and
mother
logic.
inherited by the daughter.
We must return what is properly belongs to each other. The second house, your cousin, Kane, must be dealt with, so that the fifth house can lay their claims to what is theirs. The 12th house, now that we understand part of what has happened, your actions... He looks at Mel. Make me wonder what your intent is. Really.
My intent is to establish a house in the city, make a life for myself, and take care of those whom work for me. I will defend the city. I will protect the bind. I will do my duty as a binder lord.
Well then, I suppose then you should get out of the shadows. Who amongst your entourage lays allegiance to your 12th house?
All who follow me
That was such a bad.
are
question.
loyal.
Well, let's be careful there. Yeah.
Birdman, you are a neutral party, as you say. Yes, we have worked together in the past. Birdman is not part of my 12th house. He is an agent of the city. Setch and I are allies, but he has not said he is loyal to the new 12th house. Those who are with me, including my mage here and my battle captain over there, are loyal, as well as a couple others that I have brought for my own protection.
I nudge Anton like, she should take naps more often. That's crazy.
Can I just divert for 2 seconds? With the 13 perception, can Garul, because this bird has moved around a bit, and
That bird
it's
been moving.
I'm glad someone noticed. I'm glad
I
someone
noticed.
noticed.
I didn't want to say anything.
I mean, yeah.
Your perception. You notice the bird moving around. Yes, the bird is, as most people are, paying attention to Mel. Moved closer to get a better look at the null that's there, and people by this point are starting to take in that there's a zombie just next to Mel.
Hey, they're wrapped up.
Yeah,
They
but
could just be bodyguards.
Oh, they are bodyguards, all right.
they are bodies and they're guarding things. Yes. He seemed to get an understanding of that, and then he kind of just moved back away. He doesn't he doesn't seem to be associating with anyone around the room in a blunt sense, an obvious sense. But he's there.
Oh, weird smelly wolf man. Does that answer your question? Weird smelly wolf dwarf.
Weird smelly
What?
wolf dwarf.
Does that
I'm
answer
sorry,
your-
what?
Does the
Repeat?
perception?
Does that answer your question?
Does that no, but it'll have to.
I meant like Birdman says that to you about the
Oh.
thing. He's like,
Oh.
does that answer your question? Do you know? Good. Any further business? Any at all? Anyone?
There's an awkward like pause as people are starting to like, okay, what do we do? Like kind of thing. And the first house is back there talking amongst themselves. The sixth house come over, they're kind of talking. The fourth and seventh house talking to each other, Thrundle and Mess in effects about this doesn't change anything between them about kind of what's been going on. Pio is behind Setch, angry and confused. They're like no one wants to leave yet, but it's at that point where people should start to leave, right? Like, but there's been no real decision made about anything, and so someone's waiting for someone to say something. And Hyberin is basically he's kind of taken on the back burner, like if this is the choice that's being made, and really, Mel's by the door, right? So a lot of people are like, can we leave? Do we leave? I don't know, kind of thing. And Karen is during most of the time staring at Garruld with, if eyes could kill.
I
If
would
looks
ask.
could kill, kind of thing. And Orcafor he's like twiddling his thumbs. He's processing, he's thinking. He's taking time in. Xantha is looking at his daughter, like trying to understand what's going on, because you generally get the impression he doesn't 100% know what happened. with what she's kind of chosen to do. Yeah, what does Farwin want to do?
Oh, I was going to address the matter of, the dwarf out here. I was going to request for a neutral party to do the investigations. Because, again, if it involves, as Garud kind of hinted at, the potential death of dwarves and Anton leveraging, then us, the fifth house, should be well equipped to kind of speak with this.
Death of
dwarf.
dwarves? What the fuck?
No, sorry, death of elves. Did I misspoke then? I
Yes.
apologize.
We're doing
Death of
dwarves.
dwarves.
Dwarves?
Dwells.
Pretty much
Dwells.
as death of dwarves.
That's the dwells.
Pretty much because Anton said that he might initiate a war against the second house. Varma's not taking the chance of there being disruption in communication. He wants this dwarf in the hands of the 11th house. But naturally, that would be a bad look, so he's asking for a neutral party to take control of the interrogation, or at least have the 5th and 11th house be involved in said interrogation.
Xantha would speak up and question the point of that. He's already interrogated. They've already given the information. As far as he's concerned, they can have a brief meeting in another room with him before everyone leaves, but he will be outside.
No.
In old school feudal sense, this is my slave. I own him. Haha.
With regards to that, Gold would say,
Let me break the air of any confusion. I'm not asking him information on the now. I'm talking about my past, elf. That is of no concern to you. Or anyone else.
When you have a mental connection with Orcafor, right?
Yes.
I feel this is our only chance to guarantee what we have learned from Alucard actually can work.
Oh.
But I'm unsure of the allegiances in the room if we take action now.
Oh.
Xantha will be with us. My cousin will be with us. I am Massinifex and Trundle, I am unsure. Veer will not. I know this. And Duor, it depends on how much Pio has told him, whether or not he will be swayed. Unless you have another idea.
I wanted insights on what he means by chance. Just to make that clear in my head. Just.
What do you mean by that?
No, I think that's worthy of an inspiration. I want to be absolutely crystal clear that I know his intentions.
the fuck you
Damn.
on about, old man?
I will
Whisper?
no, I will spend 3 inspiration.
What?
To give him a plus 20 on his persuasion here, so you guarantee you know what he means. So I'll give that inspiration to Lust, Brandon, and Jenny. Okay, and in your mind's eye, you get the impression of him using the time stop spell to ensure you get the upper hand.
Asking it right now.
Debating about casting it right now. He's in the mind's eye with Prawin about he could time stop, he could take advantage of the situation, he could do a couple things and ensure that I'm gonna just say it aloud because it's more fun that way. Ensure that Mel is captured.
Oh,
Who's
All
trying to
all I
capture
know
me?
is that
This is in the mind's eye of
This is mind's
Farwind.
eye.
do it.
I was gonna say. All right, so
Calm
now I
the
have.
fuck down.
Can I get a confidant to confidant here, bro? I'm a little- I thought we were cool, man. I threw coffee beans at you. Come on, bro.
You
We're
did. You
cool.
did. I'm trying to leverage because if he's he'll just disappear. That's pretty much what it's gonna look like. I'm trying to think. Because if he does time stop, I literally won't know. I can plead plausible deniability because it would just happen just like that.
If I may, while you're coming to that, since while you're communicating in your head, after Garulf wouldn't have stopped speaking, he would have just kept going and would have said, basically in that interim,
As for the rest of you, what is your name?
he says, looking at Killian because he has no idea what the fuck your name is.
Killian Canius.
This Killian Canius poses the point. All of you bicker. And I know none of you want to give up your power. But I'm not saying work together for the people. Only work together to not get yourselves killed. And that's it. These power plays, that's how cities fall.
Well, in terms of power plays, I think we could easily resolve one issue here. And I'll look to the left and my right for the people that are friends with Alucard. So what's going to happen with Alucard now? You're going to happily give him back to the people that he was meant to be with in the first place? You're going to keep experimenting on him?
Such a bold claim to levy against us.
Well, you
Is
did
it a
say
bold
you-
claim?
you
Your
did say
binder
that
lord
you
clearly
have
admitted to it.
yeah.
No, on the experimentation part.
Well, your binder lord just said that he's trying to get the power from him. So how is he going to get the power from him when he's trapped in your palace?
And I just want to go out of game. Because now I'm definitely confused on both sides. Is Alucard alive or dead? Because I thought he was dead.
Alive.
I thought he was alive.
He's a
See, this is what I mean. Is he dead or alive?
I think
It's like
Okay.
Schrodinger's Alucard.
Okay. Now that we're to this point, I'll say this: Alucard was not killed by PCs.
Yeah, he's dead, bro.
But
The last time the PC saw him, he was alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
that's just running on the assumption that he is still alive,
Yes.
but he doesn't know 100%. He's just trying to instigate shit at the moment.
Orca4 has him mostly alive. Farwind would know.
Mm.
So, like
Otherwise-
he's alive to the point where he can use him for information. He's not beyond that. He's not really alive.
Okay.
Otherwise, Farwin would be like, bro, I'm your lawyer. You gotta tell me this shit.
Yeah, for real.
Some things, you just basically Orca4 is also here. He's the oldest and quote unquote most powerful, as most people see it, Binder Lord. He's trying to use that as a big power play here. It's like, push back, guys. Like, you know what I can do. Like, and he can do a shit ton if he really wanted to. So, and a lot of them, this is not an unknown thing for Binder Lords to do. You're surprised in some ways. It's only because of what Mel has done and kind of the newness of it. Maybe it hasn't been brought up. Usually there's a discussion of one or two Binder Lords saying, hey, I'm going to use my word of power and awaken the pinky and ha.
Mhm.
kind of thing.
I would say in his mind's eye, at least for his contemplated plan, there are other ways to track Mel. Doing it here, while opportune, would lead to a messy operation. Other Binder Lords would be caught in the crossfire, and we don't have a means of securing them. Yes.
Oh, that is the part he agrees with most. He kind of nods at that, and then he'll say aloud to the group, "We acknowledge Mel as the 12th house." Orca 4 asks the group, and
Mm.
everyone looks back towards her.
You know what, sir?
She does a very nice bow.
You know what, sir? It's funny you say that. I prepared this nice special document here to for everyone to sign as pulls out this long like documented thing. I figured that we would need some sort of legal document drafted that said that she would, require the full approval of all of the other 12 lords, and we have a majority here. I don't see the third house. I don't see a third house representative, and I definitely don't see Roxanne's bitch ass here. So
Yes. Where are the
Uh,
loathsome dung beetles and the pipeweed enthusiasts?
hey, don't talk about the dung beetles like that, man. They're cool and they make really good soup.
Soup,
It,
beetle,
uh,
rascals.
Highbeard would kind of step
I'm
from
not gonna try
behind
it, nerd.
Setch at that point. And the beetles of the third house insist on finding a leverage of peace.
Okay.
They warn today, and you're kind of getting the impression maybe this is why Highbeard has been so generally calm in this conversation. They warn today that they will close off their district, stop the farms. I need a history check from people that care about the city.
Oh, I care about my position in the city.
Care about the city having like people
Food.
in it and
Yes.
food in
Where are
it.
my? Well, we can't call them
Who's it
slaves
gonna
Can I
destroy?
anymore.
roll? Can I roll
Dallas.
survival instead?
You can roll survival instead. Damn it.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
It is
Yes!
not a very high DC, but it is something that not everyone would have paid attention to. Definitely. The DC was a 10. If the third house chose to stop trading its ginormous farms above and below the earth, these beetlekin, the houses in and of themselves of the Beast Crown would be okay. They are generally self-sufficient.
Okay.
The rest of the city, no. The grand swaths of the populace, the general citizenry, could not subsist on their own without what the third house produces.
And if you leave a people somewhat starved, but yet somewhat educated, that is a prime breeding ground for revolution. Interesting.
So the third house,
I have a feeling this is Orca4
yeah,
in
yeah,
his mind.
the third house have kind of made a claim to where they are kind of on the rebellion side in some
I
ways.
just learned some valuable info, so I can write that shit down.
An impressive heresy after.
Yes, the 13th house. No one's surprised Rexani's not here. The 13th house, although very influential to the city, both for entertainment and distraction purposes, as well as the largest construction group in the city, they generally follow whatever the first house does. Is what Rexani does. He doesn't. Rexani doesn't have a spine. He generally will follow whatever the largest fish tells him to do.
Speaking of
would-
Rexani. Seth, I'd like to spend 4 inspiration to
Oh.
speed up the encounter with Platutu.
Hey.
Because I'm also thinking in Okafor's head, like meta communication. Is this something the third house themselves arranged, or this upcoming Platutu? Because it's a difference between a binder lord versus a revolutionary pinning a binder lord trying to stage this cessation of food. Perhaps Platutu should be sharply questioned or eliminated.
Eliminated. We can control Kane.
Indeed.
Platutu. I only know of his reputation. Authority is not something he minds.
So if everybody could just give me a signature on the bottom of this line here, I have it all settled out. All of your guys' names are on here. If you take the liberty of signing the third binder lord in, and I can go see Rexani and have him sign it personally if you would like me to, I can do that. We're pretty chill. We're cool. We got a secret handshake. You know how it goes.
And
Everybody would just sign this document that's, that's stating that Mel
okay,
is in fact the 12th binder lord. That would be fantastic.
okay, let me.
I want to resolve my 4 inspiration.
Yeah, do that. I have to pee. So
Well, what are you exactly saying there?
I specifically because the blah 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 where there it is. Name an important figure, place, or item. How does it work in your favor? Narrative, boon, stuff. I specifically want to get Garul to have. I want, since Garul paid Rexani to contact Platutu to set up a meeting unbeknownst to Platutu. I just want to speed that up. And Garwolf also wanted Rexani to contact him when it was ready as well. I'm not saying how fast it needs to be sped up. I'm just saying to your discretion if it could be sped up.
Okay, I have an idea. But let's finish. No idea. Okay.
By all means, let's go back to this tantalizing and riveting K-pop drama that we're currently experiencing.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay.
This. From up above you all,
Shut the fuck up.
Ah, shit.
I'm trying to move the meeting along.
Here we go.
from up above you all,
They were
everyone
whispering.
kind of gets a distraction from a buzzing noise that they hear, and then you see, eventually kind of landing in the center of the room is this little bugman person.
Ooh,
God
Uh,
damn.
and
the low dung beetle.
He looks sick.
and he in his non-dominant one of his non-dominant hands he holds a little letter. I'm here with Rexani's signature and a message for Garuld the dwarf.
Go on, read that shit. Do it. Come on, read it.
It's just Roxani's Bellalago. That's what the signature says. The letter, I cannot read through paper.
Oh, is it like a sealed letter, but it also has like what the fuck?
Yes.
Oh,
Garulf would.
And he looks to this dwarf here. Are you Garuld?
I look at Garul and say,
am.
"You've got mail, dude."
Garulf would hold his hand out to the bug.
You've got
Ah,
bug mail, dude.
thank you. Garuld. Yeah. That's all. This looks like it was important, and you never saw me here. He slowly flies away.
You didn't see anything.
Right? Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
I'm not here. Goodbye.
Don't be bugged by my presence.
Um, the letter,
Time to buzz off.
as you open it, Garul written.
Oh, I'm not
in-
opening it right now. What the
Oh, okay.
fuck? No. I
Okay.
am shoving it. I'm shoving it.
Shoveling it.
I am putting it
Shoveling
in my
it.
cloak. I am putting it in my
Just like
cloak.
looking at everyone staring at you, just like
Okay.
So, you gonna open that letter, or are you just gonna?
When was it your concern?
Well, I mean, it actually is our concern because it's from the Binder Lords. It's not at this meeting right now. So if you have pertinent information, I'd like to know that pertinent information. Your smelly dog, werewolf, dwarf, man. Sir, I don't actually know your name. Well, apparently I do know your name now, I think. It's like Gerald or something. I just heard him say Gerald. Is that your
While
name?
you're talking, Hybjorn crosses in front of you, grabs the signature page from your hand, and he signs it.
Cadet, you're up next. Can you sign this for me real quick? We'll get back to this business proceeding, Mr.
And Hybjorn he signs it, and then as long as Mel allows him to leave, he will leave. Because Mel's kind of blocking the door.
She, each time someone leaves, close eye on them, like, is very clearly watching them as they leave.
Okay.
can I say something to him right as he's leaving?
Of course.
Send another squad to wipe out civilians, and your head will be next.
Okay. He rolled a really good wisdom save right there. So fighting right now is probably not like he gives you that look of, how do I put this?
Very
Oh.
funny.
Very funny. Yeah, okay, little boy, you ready to challenge the big boy?
You're cute.
Kind of thing. And you generally get the impression that conversation's not over. He doesn't want to have that conversation in front of everyone. Right here. So
I'm
he
just
kind of,
letting him know.
yeah, he kind of nods, and
I sort of I'd like play it off afterwards, like just like pat him and everything.
All right. I love it. I love the drama. Kane, seeing that Ibirn signs first, right? And then you go over and you're like, okay, I guess we're gonna sign in order. Kane, judging the room, basically says, okay, sure, and signs it, and then he will wait back here. I didn't mean to make it all go crazy. He will wait for Mel and everyone to kind of be done in this other room. The third house, generally whatever the most peaceful outcome is, and this seems to be the peaceful outcome, so it's implied that they sign.
Yeah.
Polyoptids don't sign much anyway, so
Yeah, I just
You're not-
scribble it like like it counts. I write still counts in capital letters.
Still counts.
Yeah.
Trundle of the fourth house.
Can I get a fourth house representative? Fourth house representative, sign this nasty, dirty, long piece of paper. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, I'm gonna Trundle. I'll give him advantage.
Is he a frost troll?
Mm.
No,
Nah, he's a garbage troll.
He's a bugbear.
Shame
Okay.
shit.
He dips his thumb in the ink and presses his thumb on the paper.
Boom.
That's-
Boom. I'll take it. I'll take a fingerprint. Boom.
His members kind of slowly trail out. I'm gonna gather them all up into one spot. The rats and goblins that make up the majority of his house.
a lot of people.
Oh
Oh my god.
I'm really sorry about
It's
that one
in a-
time.
They don't know who you are.
That's true. They don't know who I am yet. Well, they know who I am, but
I need to move the dwarf real quick.
They
Alright.
don't know. Ooh.
Alright,
But they
so
don't know what I
they
did.
sign and make their way out. Put them on a different layer.
Oof.
Put them on a different layer. Alright, the fifth house. Ah.
Come on. You gotta sign the paper, dude. Anytime. Literally anytime. Just pick up the pen,
Tom,
write your name on it. Just
this fight ain't one to have.
I assure you that this does not have to get violent, Gerald. I just need him to sign the paper
Anton
that
looks
states-
at Garruld and then takes out his own pen and signs it
Yeah.
very reluctantly.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
reluctantly.
I would like to invite you to take your leave and mayhaps think about some of your decisions. I'll be pressing. I'll be seeing you in the near future.
Anton will tell Garruld, and those of you that have a passive perception above 15 would hear him say this to Garruld. See me later for our plans for the second house. And then he will leave. The sixth house, drunk duoer. You guys have not interacted with this guy before now. Very big badger man comes over,
Oh, hello.
and looks at Birdman, and then kind of leerily kind of looks past Killian to see Mel. Squints his drunk, beady eyes.
I know. I get it. I really do.
She
I
does
really
like a
understand.
tipping the hat gesture at him.
No, I get it. I really, really do. I really understand.
That's not him, bitch.
I just really need you to sign the
Um,
paper.
He snorts, and then he signs the paper. You generally interpret the snort as he wishes a fight would have happened, but he's okay that it didn't happen. And then a giant entourage of god butchers follow him out. Some of them you've met before
Every
when
person
Mel...
every person that passes, we have to say thank you for your service, thank you for your service, thank you for your service.
Okay.
Like,
A couple small weaselkin and ferret folk that work for him as well.
thank you for your service, thank you for your service.
They sign and follow Duor, the drunk badger, out.
The
Um,
steak last week was pretty good. Thank you so much.
I think more people signed this than they're supposed to. It's fine though. I'll
a
take
couple
it.
of the ferrets just signed underneath
Just
Dior,
like
just
little-
following in. They're
Probably just like a
witnesses.
John Hancock or something.
Yeah,
Just
I'll
like
take that as
just covers up like half the page. Like, what?
Yeah,
Come
they're
on.
not like using their real names.
I'll take that one. That's fine.
Messinifex walks forward, and this giant squamata comes forward following him, and then there's a female Linkson, presumably his daughter or something, that's following him. And you guys have dealt very little with the most religious group in the city for obvious reasons. But they Duor, you're supposed to have left with your buddies. Why'd you
He
stay?
didn't.
He fell asleep on the.
He fell
stairs.
asleep.
He was so
Okay.
drunk. He fell asleep.
Messinifex. I trust you, Birdman.
That's probably the kindest thing I've heard all day. I think, actually.
Your actions
Genuinely.
have proved noble to the city.
No, that's the kindest thing I've heard all day. That's pretty.
Your words have inspired many.
You're gonna make me cry. Please stop.
Not just your words of tonight, either.
Oh my god, he's still going. Look at Seth just to say he's still going.
With all that knowledge, do know that the gods will hold you responsible.
Oh wait, no, that one's scary. You're gonna have to explain that one to me. Wait.
It's like when
And
you like,
he looks back
walks
at
away.
Mel. He is a divine caster. I'm going to leave it at that.
He just-
As one of the few in the city. He looks at Mel with a concern and disgust, but he signs. And he basically implies, Birdman, that he will blame you if anything happens.
Yeah, he like mic drops on me. Just like,
He will blame you if anything
Hey
happens.
man, we're coming from the same spot. I'm a divine caster too. Come on.
Completely different gods.
Come
Completely
on.
different gods.
I don't think
It's like the same
You and
thing.
me, we're
It's like the-
we're kind of like the same.
Um,
We're not so different,
before-
you and I.
Oh,
I'll say
before Mess Cinefex walks away, he will say, the lords of the beasts are not pleased with what has happened here. We announce officially today our alliance with the Fourth and First House to ensure the protection and enaction of these rights, and to help continue our control over the beast, to aid us. If that is what she provides, then we agree.
Ancient's
He's-
with you.
Yeah, he signs.
Thank you.
Such as he walks away, there's something with your migraine that softens when this guy speaks.
Oh,
what do you mean?
what do
Like-
you mean?
Like it's being compressed, or like
Yeah.
he himself is like letting it pass.
His presence, hearing his words, makes the presence in your head go away slightly.
Does it get when he leaves?
Oh, when
Does
he
it-
leaves,
does it
it's
turn
back.
on?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is
Fun
definitely
thought.
a connection with Messinifex. Yes. All right. The eighth house. The only thing that convinces Veer is during some of this time, Aether, who's fought with you all, explains that what Mel said was true. I've told you this. Now that we hear it from her and understand, Veer only signs because of that. Veer hates himself as a divine caster, a goodly person, agreeing that someone like Mel should take any sort of leader position. That this is okay. That this is the best solution. He does not like this idea. But he's not one to create contention that doesn't need to be there. So he does sign.
As as he walks past, I'll kind of just like get his ear a bit and say, "So you're just gonna lay down like a good lapdog while your peer steals one of your subordinates and experiments on him?"
Quiet,
I'll,
lapdog.
I'll whisper in his ear. In his ear.
Okay.
I'm not fancy like you. I don't have like a mind speak. Just as like a passing phrase as he's like walking past.
I think all Veer does is growl at you. That's the extent. And then his big shielded guy like does the jock thing to the nerd and tries to like
Shoulder barge.
shoulder barge you as you walk away,
Aw.
like
Thanks,
kind
Veer.
of thing. Other than that, he agrees with you. It's obvious, but
Thanks, Veer. This is really
Yeah.
Veer is scared of Orcafor.
Oh yeah. I'm just trying to start some shit. I'm trying to fucking light a flame.
Oh, damn it.
Start a spark.
All right.
I don't like the people that are left here.
Well, the people that are left here are kind of.
This is the fun one. We have to get the rest of the people here to sign this, bro.
Santa!
9 through 12 is going to be kind of difficult.
Are we
Org.
buddies,
Back half of this
Santa?
course is going to be fucking awful.
I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure about this.
I
You
find this
know?
interesting
Man,
line.
we work so well together, Santa. Come on.
Um,
Come on.
My tail is very limp. I'm not happy. Okay, I'm not happy.
My hairs
Not
are
happy.
on end.
Joke's
My
on you,
hairs
bro.
are
I'm the
on
one who
end,
has
bro.
to hand him the paperwork. Like, hey, bro, can you sign
Oh,
this?
you're fine. You're fine.
You can do
I
it.
literally just roasted him in front of like all of his peers and all of his friends. Like, hey, bro, can you sign
Listen,
this?
I made myself the target for a reason. I made everyone mad at me.
You're
Okay,
also
bro.
not the one who
Hmm.
accused his daughter of shit, so.
Did
Okay.
we accuse her? Or did she do something she wasn't supposed to do?
Oh, she did something she wasn't supposed to do.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Before to break up the order a little bit at this point,
Oh no.
Orcafor steps forward.
Hey, Orcafor.
And-
I'm really supposed to do this in an order. See, I have these lined up.
And Orcafor just takes the paper from your hand, gives you that look of like, "Try me, little boy."
Come on, bro. Come on.
And he's perturbed, and he
But for you,
signs.
dude, yeah, you could sign it. I mean, it's cool. It's whatever. You know, no big deal. You could pick
Yeah.
it up out of my hands and take it from me and sign it. So for you, bro, anything, bro.
And I will say he signs on the 9th house line out of spite.
Just so. Hold on. Does it have to? Up to. Okay.
Is Orcafor leaving through the main door?
Oh, I was gonna
Orcafor
say-
will be leaving through the main door, yes.
Oh, I was
Mel
gonna
wants
say.
to whisper, always a pleasure, as
Orcafor
he
will be
passes
teleporting
by.
away.
I was gonna say he could teleport away. I was gonna help
Will
him
be
out with that.
teleporting away.
He does have teleport himself too.
I just want to whisper, always a pleasure at him, please.
Okay.
You just
Can you
do.
please teleport away? I want to do a funny.
In your mind's eye, before he leaves, to Farwin, he
That's what I'm gonna
says,
do.
Mhm.
he says, "Then please make sure we know where to find her. Let me know upon your return."
As you wish, master.
And Orcafor he's gonna walk out. He's gonna go the old man way.
Okay.
Oh, what
come
a G,
on.
dude! What an
What a
absolute gangster! Hell no!
God, I wish I could trip him.
He's gonna if you want a fireball to your face.
No, I wanted
A
to.
fireball
I
to my
wanted to
face means
teleport so I
nothing.
can counterspell it.
I know.
and then make me look like an idiot.
There are many counter spells in this room. Nonetheless,
I'll
Orcafor
just eat it.
he looks at Mel with a look. He doesn't even respond. He just looks at the look of like, "I will see you again." Like it's obvious. Like this isn't over, kind of thing.
Oh, as Farman leaves, I'll just look at him and smile.
Oh, I'm not leaving. Not yet.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
They walk out of the room, and you have Rexani's signature that you can just like tack on to this paper that's already been given to you for the 13th house. You have the 10th and 9th house and 12th house. Mel does have to sign, vote for herself,
Mel
basically.
has to sign it.
Yay!
And Pio, knowing these people in the room are mostly people that are aware of who he is, other than like Fawin, which by this point he doesn't seem to care about that too much. He walks up and tugs on Setch's cloak, bring his attention down below.
Yeah, I'll look at him. Turn around and look at him.
Could have at least given me 2 weeks' notice.
Oh shit, bro.
About what?
He just does a head nod towards Mel.
Me and
He's
Mel, we're
not affiliated
compatriots.
with me. We're just buds.
We have coffee on the weekends.
Birdman looks at you like, bro.
And the weekdays.
And from my
Birdman's
sources,
looking at you like, bro, wait, this is the moment. This is the moment.
From my sources, you're plotting things. Had I had known such full extent of all the choices, things may have been a little different. May have been a little different, I think. But I can understand.
That's
He-
just like
He whistles at that, and big Squamata man just kind of walks in the room, getting ready to leave. And then you generally get the impression this fox person is with him too.
Lovely
I
to
just
see you,
want-
P.O.
I just want to put this out there. Such really wants to do this, but he does not. He really wants to do it.
I know. Pio.
Why not?
Pio says as he goes over to sign the paper. He says to Setch, Liliana will have a box of your things waiting on the doorstep.
Oh, you're fired? He's firing you? You don't even get to quit.
Don't worry. I have got a box of your things. Eventually, I will collect.
He kind of nods at that. And he will just kind of walk out of the room, more sober than you've seen him in a while.
Did he sign the paper?
He did.
Stay real, P.O.
When he signed the paper,
So
I
good to
asked him,
see you.
I'm like, I just want to be clear that when he signed the paper, I just want to be clear there's not a box of my things on the door, right? We're good? Like, we're good? Right?
He gives you that look of like, why the hell are you asking this question?
Hell yeah! I'm like, I just want to make sure that there's not a box of things outside of my door, right? We're cool?
How did he know?
How did you know? Okay. So
I wonder.
I don't know.
it gets to this point where, and most of these people are still in the hallway and stuff. They're nearby. They're outside, whatnot. If that becomes pertinent, I will bring that attention to it. But Xantha is staring at Mel. His daughter is staring at Garwold.
Hello,
staring at-
friend.
I'm
And
staring
then-
at Farwin.
And then in the middle of this, Avis, this bird person, has come to the dwarf and is behind the dwarf on the other side. And
You motherfucker.
Raoul is staring at the
don't do
dwarf, by the way.
Don't do it.
I
And
mean,
actually,
yeah.
I was even going to.
all right, well, it is.
One more hour.
Just sign the
Don't you
paper.
Don't you
Just sign the
fucking
paper and
do
leave.
it.
Do it. Do
Don't
it.
you fucking do it,
Do
you
it.
bitch. Don't you fucking do it.
Do it.
I swear to God.
There will be bloodshed.
The moment
Alright.
a single knife is drawn, everybody you hear is dead. Don't do it.
I feel like I can
Wait.
feel Seth snickering.
He wants to push the attack button so bad.
He's getting giddy.
I want the smoke.
His mouse is right over
This-
the
I am
okay.
sword
watching.
attack
I'm
button right now.
watching.
I'm just trying to debate how far I want to push this idea. So,
I
You
will
are a
incite
master
this
debater.
motherfucker. I will incite this motherfucker. I swear to shit, Seth. I'll do it.
okay.
Same.
Okay. So, one, two.
Also, I got a 21 on a history check against Thea here, because of her fiendish nature. Just saying.
We don't want the smoke. We don't want the smoke. We don't want
I'm
the
gonna
smoke.
say while Setch is looking at Farm's looking at Setch, Birdman feels a tug on the paper as Farm uses a mage hand to kind of pull it, and he gets out a quill and he signs it underneath where Orc Force signs it while staring at Setch.
What the fuck?
It's just
Is-
Sashi just has
What
that
is-
like has that
Why
leer
is
that
every
leer
motherfucker
smile at
signing
you.
my paper?
I only needed 13 specific
Every
signatures.
motherfucker that walked out signed this paper. Like, oh shit. All right.
But
well,
how I sign it, this is for Birdman to see. He's in the message pretty much. I need to speak with you.
don't
We
write
can
that
either
shit on
meet.
there.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna.
God damn it.
Only you can read that.
Xantha really doesn't want to sign this fucking paper in any way,
Sign the
shape,
paper. I literally walk up and like sign the paper.
in any way, shape, or form. Like it's just like, but he's kind of outnumbered, in that aspect. What happens here in one motion for like two actions is this bird guy is like his passive perception's insane, and he's looking all around the room, and he must see Xantha wave him off, and
Pull the trigger.
he kind of relaxes a little bit, and then at the same moment, Xantha takes a mage hand, and he uses that movement to cast the mage hand to pick up the quill and sign the quill. His daughter is giving him that look of, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what? What? This was not what, like, no, okay. And, like, even says no a couple times, and he, like, gives her a look like,
Bitch, you're grounded.
bitch, I'm the patriarch. Shut the fuck up. And she does. It's very much. And Sharon kind of walks over to grab the dwarf,
Bitch, I run
and
this.
Xantha, as he signs, will say, "Sharon will stay with the dwarf until you're finished, Garul.
Fair enough.
I look forward to what can come of this, Mel. Do know, I think it goes without saying, but your associations with our house are no longer." And a little cat man climbs up Xantha onto his shoulder and hisses at Mel. And it's a cat man, it's not a cat. It's actual, like, Fellis person.
What the fuck?
What a
Uh,
little weirdo.
yeah.
Damn.
And
Chill his back.
okay. And Karen kind of walks in front of her father, and they walk out.
I have a before he walks away, I ask him, I'm like, hey, Xantha,
Oh,
that's
he
your
wouldn't.
name, right?
He
would
wouldn't
not
have.
even go
I'm
with me.
sorry. He wouldn't have said Sharon. He would have said the other
Oh, the
guy's
other
name.
guy.
Sois is his name.
Sois. I'd have been like
Sois.
Xantha. That's your name, right? Xantha? I just want to make sure. Xantha.
Yes, of the Eldurak family.
Oh, fantastic. I have to serve you these papers. I pull up more shit.
A shocking grasp appears in his hand, and he almost grabs your neck. But he doesn't.
I give him this stack of papers and I say, This is actually a subpoena. I'm supposed to look over all of your documents. I need to talk about some land that you may have acquired in a shift towards the 12th house. We have to make an agreement over that stuff since it was not legally claimed by the 9th house or the 12th house. And yeah, we need to talk about the proceedings on that. So I'll be in touch. I just hand him some paper.
He hands it to Karen and then walks out.
And then I look at everybody, and like as soon as he walks away, I like fist bump and go, "Yes!" I've always wanted to do that to somebody. I fucking got him. I got him so good.
Got his bitch ass.
Yeah.
I got him
Killian
so
starts
good.
clapping for Birdman.
I got his ass. Yes.
Good work.
And what I thought was gonna be a total clusterfuck and everyone was gonna die.
There were 3 instances.
Close.
I kept rolling really well on those insight wisdom saves of them being like, no, this is probably not a good idea to punch you in the face. No, I'm not gonna light a fireball with all these people in the room.
So they're like, are we doing this in here? Right here? Right now? It's treason, man.
And then, like, honestly, my brain was like, so if you killed off a bunch of the binder lords, like, the Tarask wakes up.
Yeah.
Is that the end of the campaign?
Yeah,
No,
dude.
well,
Well, it's part of the campaign.
It's the start of like the very final arc, I guess, maybe. Nonetheless,
Would we have killed any of the Binder Lords though? Like, are we strong enough?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some of
definitely
them,
the
I
Kane.
specifically designed Kane and a few others to be weak. Like, they're not about being strong. They are people that have influence and are very persuasive. Same with Rexani. Rexani's one of the other ones. Like, he's not strong at all.
Binder lords that we're gonna kill. And
Some of the Binder Lords, yes. Orcafor is a very powerful wizard. Xantha is
Put them all in my bag and run away.
Xantha is a very, very powerful sorcerer. Anton is a very powerful artificer.
Pretty sure the wolf people are also
The
pretty
wolf,
fucking decent.
yeah. Highburn is a pretty powerful paladin.
Oh, it's
Actually.
fine. I would have hit that motherfucker.
Here's a
Oh,
very
you
powerful
guys,
monk.
like, well, each of these guys, I designed them to be like, where if any of you face them one-on-one, it would give you trouble. But like, if you all grouped up on one, you're usually fine. Honestly, the Matron Mother was one of the strongest ones. Duor of the 6th South, he's a pretty strong fighter. But Strike could probably take him one-on-one.
Here's a strong monk.
Pio's a decently strong monk, but he's not one of the strongest, actually.
Am I stronger than him now?
You could give him a decent run for his fucking money now. Like, definitely. If you were to cast Disintegrate on him and it were to hit, and then you got something afterwards to hit, he probably would be unconscious.
Hear that, Setch? Me and you? You wanna have the other binds? We can be buds.
When we first discussed this story of the city characters, that's kind of like the goal is what I wanted with this is how do you guys restructure the city? Do you guys restructure the city or do you try to keep it as is? And the answer is we already see the answer here. You guys are trying to restructure the city. Very well done. I thought that was cool.
The city is mine.
Honestly, I thought Kane was for sure dead. I was like, Kane's gonna die, and then the mouth of the Tarask is gonna awake. And I'm sorry, guys. If you didn't know, the true Tarask does have a breath attack. So,
listen, guys, I brought stability.
You did. You guys, by choosing which I was hoping with the character that you've written with the howls and whatnot, that your character would lean into that. But I wrote day one of this campaign before we even played. Kane is supposed to die, and you guys have changed the story.
Damn, dude.
So congratulations, you guys get a milestone.
Yeah.
Woo!
So, you get all them to sign the document.
I get the 13th, I think.
No, we got him.
Oh, we did?
No, we got him.
The bird, the
bug
beetle
thing
person,
brought
the
me.
beetle guy.
Oh, the beetle wasn't the 3rd?
The
He's for the
beetle
third.
was no. The beetle. He was technically it was easier for me to call him a beetle, but technically he wasn't a beetle.
Well,
He is a member of the 13th house. He is.
Oh, then
he
he's playing the third
specifically
then?
said.
The third house basically they have never signed any official documents.
Hmm.
So they never come to any of these meetings. They don't care. They care about what they do, which is the farming and their giant pile of shit that they have. So
I respect them the most out of
That's
anyone.
respect.
That's
Respect.
big respect.
like and it literally it's a giant pile of shit.
It's
Like,
Taking
no-
care of their own shit.
It's fuck your politics. I'm gonna go play in my shit.
yeah. like they're one of the oldest houses too. Like they've been, as the third house, of course. Like they've been around for a long time. So, yeah, that's a norm. It's implied that whatever allows them to keep doing what they do, they will agree with. If it gets involved, then they will stop farming. And then, hey guys, we can live off shit. The rest of you guys can't.
Oops.
As coleoptids are immune to all poison and disease.
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay.
Mel, do you
Then
sign the paper or not?
Is Mel gonna sign the paper? Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
vote? Do you vote for yourself?
Huh.
Actually, you can't vote for yourself.
Yes.
So, Seth, do you sign the paper or?
I'll sign
Hey!
the paper.
I was
No,
gonna
no, 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 no. That would be too weird. Wait, are you pledging your loyalty to me now?
I will sign it as a member of the 12th house.
Yay.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So you sign the paper, which means congratulations. And then Birdman rolls it up and says, "Congratulations, Mel. It literally wasn't that hard. It did not need to be that difficult. I just had to get everybody to sign this piece of paper that says."
I'm pretty
Goodbye,
sure
Lord, now.
everyone almost died a few times.
Hey, you know what? But
Birdman?
It didn't need to be like that.
Birdman,
Yeah, what's up?
I swear to God, shut the fuck up.
Why? You're the binder lord. Congratulations, dude. Pop some bottles in this bitch.
Who do you name as your master at arms, which is your bodyguard, and on the official paperwork, and any other official people that you think should be named other than yourself?
Okay, official people. So obviously, second in command, Setch. Come on, who else? My master at arms is gonna be what'd you name the porcupine?
His name is Red Thorn.
Red Thorn.
Did he name
Okay.
himself Red Thorn, or is that
No,
actually his name?
that's what his name
You got
translates.
these guys today.
All right.
You got these
bro.
guys today.
They literally owe me undying loyalty.
That's true.
They literally can't betray me. It'll hurt them.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Oh man, I have positions to fill. I gotta get some. I gotta get some people.
I would like to name my official diplomat as Saltwalker.
What?
Ooh.
And then my how do you say this in a not spy way?
Master of Whispers, but that is
No.
Intelligent.
The 10th house calls them they're the keeper of the black book, but you can call it whatever you want.
What's it? Oh yeah, my reconnaissance agents are Slime and Yolola.
Yeah, I see here that you have somebody listed here as Slime. Who the fuck is that?
Slime.
My slime.
My loyal
I
agent.
want to say
Slime.
at this point behind Birdman, a monkey climbs from the top as it's been summoned.
And the gnome appears.
And the gnome as well appears, yes.
Yes, the twins.
Yes, they look
sorry.
exactly alike.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need you to repeat that. Did you say twins?
The twins.
That's a monkey,
And
and that's not. He points at the gnome.
That.
well, many scholars nowadays are saying that some humanoids descended from monkeys.
Yeah, many scholars are stupid. He looks over at the thing and says,
I would
monkey?
examine this monkey, just making sure that
Please keep a safe distance from Slime. He is to be respected as a member of my house.
All right, note
if he
taken,
respects
slime.
my
And a
authority,
member of
I
the
will respect
aristocracy.
it.
Him.
Slime is the monkey.
Him.
Definitely an
It.
it. Definitely an it. I will agree on this notion. Definitely an it.
Be respectful.
The fuck?
I am.
You have something against Animaesus, Farwin.
I was thinking the same thing.
Came to the wrong city, elf boy.
Okay, so slime and
I have
Lola.
no
Lola. Yeah, I
problem
remember your name for sure.
with the Animaesus. I can assure
Congratulations,
you.
welcome to the 12th house. Setch, welcome to the 12th house. Frog boy, look, welcome to the 12th. I don't.
Salt Walker.
Salt Walker. Okay, great. Salt Walker. Great.
Gripply. You know. Anyway, I do believe I need a drink.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, right. I'm supposed to give you this. Congratulations on being the new 12th house lord. And I hand her that carafe of coffee. The
Oh
carafe
yeah.
Oh,
Consider
yes.
it and a gift, an extension of goodwill,
Okay.
Binder Lord.
Well, you
Perfect.
you were supposed to like
Yes.
make it look like it was for me, but like, you know, I was going to explain to her who it came from eventually. Not really, but
Oh, yes. Much appreciated. I do not believe we've been introduced.
No, we have not.
Malada Apathanta, 12th House Binder Lord. At your service.
Farwin of House
Uh,
Nippany,
oh
Castellan
no.
of the 11th house.
Lovely to meet you, she says as her dolls just slowly crowd.
Her dolls, her playthings.
Oh, are you wait, what did you say your full name was? I don't think I've ever heard your full name before.
You've never heard my full name.
No. You've never said your full name to me ever. I need to
Nope.
make sure that it's written on here.
I signed it. My name is
Yeah.
Malada Apithanta.
Malada Apatha. Great. I have these papers for you. I'm supposed to serve these to you. You are being investigated for the murder and disappearance of Alucard.
I believe we've settled this matter, no?
I just handed you a stack of papers.
She
think,
just pushes them back. I
In
believe we've
Birdman's
settled
handwriting,
this.
it says you have to appear at court in the near future.
Yeah, it just says you have to appear in court. Actually, if you deny these, it's a really big fine, and
Birdman-
What? Do they
Birdman-
need me to appear as a witness? Orcafor literally confessed.
well,
Birdman, just roll a joint with those. Come on, I know you don't want to waste paper.
it didn't really confess anything. We're still under investigation. It's all. Yeah, you might have to appear as a witness. in
Mel,
court. We'll put it that way.
Mel, you know he's
Mhm.
very right. Like this city is that backwards to where this conversation, although may appear like it solved things, you very well may have like those things come back at you.
Fine.
All this
I-
conversation solved is they all agree that you can be the 12th house binder lord, but that also means that they can blame you with things
For stuff.
for things
Yeah.
officially.
As the metaphor goes, the sins of the mother inherited by the daughter.
Yeah, very poetic. It kind of means nothing. Saltwalker, would you mind minding these papers?
Birdman, I
yes.
just sent to you in your head. Meet me in 3 hours. There's much I need to discuss.
What the fuck?
If we don't meet soon, I might not prevent what is to come.
Can I respond to this message? Or are you just talking to me?
I mean, it's a sending spell.
Okay. I was like, because if I can't respond to it, I will respond out loud, and everyone will be confused. You know what? Fuck it. I'll respond out loud. Why not? You say, I need to meet you in 3 hours, and you won't be able to resolve. I just say, yeah, I can work with that.
And then out loud I say, good. The Evening Swan. I made that up as a name of a restaurant or something like that.
Yeah. That's a
Great.
That's a fancy.
Anyway, I'm going for a drink. Any of you are welcome to join me, although you might not like my choice of beverage.
Okay.
You didn't even
and on
have the
that
coffee
note,
yet. I'm surprised.
it's
you
okay. It's okay. She drinks a lot of coffee.
No,
Yes.
I must understand. How does it taste? Is it good?
Coffee.
It's like coffee. Yeah, coffee.
But do you not
Yeah.
spice your coffee? Is it too dark, too roasted?
It's definitely not too dark.
It's definitely got more.
Killian just like looking at this, just like chewing on a meat stick, just like "This is entertaining."
Like a bone.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose
coffee is
we'll-
more of a morning drink. No?
It can be, but I find some people stay much in the night, very, very active.
Yeah, and on that
I
note,
did
I'm
not
gonna
say I
go-
wasn't going to be active in the night.
And on that note, I'm gonna interrogate a dwarf. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
Well, by this point, it's easily 3 a.m. in the morning. And although this doesn't matter for some of you are getting very tired. You've been up for a while.
I'm gonna go drink a person.
Or getting ready for this meeting. So, basically, if people aren't going to bed in the next hour or so, you're gonna get a level of exhaustion.
Satch will not go to bed tonight.
You get a level of exhaustion.
All right, I'm gonna send another message then to Birdman. Make it 5 hours.
Make
Yes.
it. Why do I need to give you? Why do I need to give you 5 hours? I'm confused now.
I need 4 to trance. I sent another sentence. Another sentence.
What Birdman says out loud? What is a trance?
This elf knows nothing about what it means to be an elf.
What is a trance?
He just takes psychic damage.
We established last week that I just black out. I just blank.
¿Por qué es trans?
¿Por qué es trance?
To Eros and the others,
Why
no,
is
that's just
trans?
what Birdman does sometime at night. He just like stares
Yeah.
at a wall for like 4 hours. We didn't think anything of it, you know. He does weird shit.
He
Anyways.
slept in a coffin. Like, what do we think?
That's
What do we know?
Exactly. He slept in a coffin for most of the years you knew him in the city, so and he wasn't a vampire. Hilarity.
It's very comfortable.
I
Quick,
would kind of walk back over 5 hours. I will explain many things.
So you need a trance? Is that like what is that? Is that like an elf thing? Like do you trance? Do you
That is the common term for it.
Is that
Baseball.
is that what you call it when you jerk off? He like whispers at you? Like, is that what elves call it?
Just needs like a quickie.
he just whispers at you. He's like, I understand, I get it. Like
yeah.
hanging
I
out with
would-
arrows. He's like,
I'm 400 years out of
A
practice,
stressful
but
night.
I'm not ready to raise another child.
is that
What?
Is that when, so is that
What?
when you
What?
know?
Birdman, we need to go by a bookstore and get you like a little elf puberty book.
Elf for Dummies book, yeah.
It's the oldest book in the library. No one ever checks it out.
I don't know.
Teach me how to elf.
How to elf for dummies.
Yep.
I want. That's now going to be a book.
So,
But it's
you
weird
to
because I can
become an
speak-
elf.
But it's weird because I can speak perfect Elvish. It's very strange. I feel like I can understand Elvish. I'll not be able to speak it back to you, but I will understand it.
No problem.
Like,
And
oh yeah, sure.
you, as I kind of turn to Satch, I do not mind what you levy against Orcafor, but whatever you do, leave me and Delis out of it. I promise
Uh,
it will not end well for you. As
no,
I ignite a blade of scarlet, I'll be seeing you, Setch.
as you say that, you hear barking coming from your shadow, like fiendish, like barking, and I just look at you and smile.
Such with an attitude.
I love it.
Good. A mageling with a bark.
God damn. So rude.
That dude
So
still
full of
never told me
himself.
if he's gonna go.
God,
What an
fucking
asshole.
damn. What a
That dude
dick.
still never told me what a trance is.
Yeah.
I said in 5 hours.
Setch and Farwin get an inspiration point.
Damn, he's gonna start talking about
Yeah.
fire.
Birdman,
Yeah.
I'll teach you. Please, Birdman. We'll go to the
Wizard
bookstore.
versus sorcerer.
Seth.
We'll learn together.
Yes.
So I got a 21 on a history check towards Thea because she's a fiend. What does that tell me?
Um, fiends are not unheard of in the city, but not exactly something you see on the everyday. Tieflings are not common because humans are not the most common species by any means. And you know, um, the obvious we'll talk about first, right? She's a shape changer. It's obvious. There's a vibe of innocence that comes from her that implies she doesn't know much about how the city works, let alone how clothes works. Who dressed her? Like, she is confused about how some of these things work and where belts should go and where how buttons work and things like that. Yeah, it's not unknown to have a fiend present that idea. But it is uncommon to have a fiend be so naive and care about that naivety, kind of try to work around it, try to find a means to exist within it, which implies that she has a presence and wisdom about her that you don't get from the common everyday, imp.
Mm.
That
Whoa.
that many a wizard who you've dealt with in the 5th and 11th house, many casters, familiars, imps are relatively common in that aspect.
Okay. He's not going to bring anything up. He just satisfying that curiosity. But clearly not someone who. She's clearly not a fiend who is more recently from the planes of hell or the abyss.
No, she's by the story she shared, you generally get that impression. Like, she's been locked away for years, like before Alucard found her. So she's sheltered, prisoner mentality, kind of thing.
Okay. And Gold is just going to look look at the dwarf, and then he's going to look up at the other actual Birdman.
Stop.
That should be your title now, the actual Birdman.
My name is just
No,
Bird.
he's not. He is no. He's
No.
Birdman. No.
Yes, but the actual Birdman right
Yeah,
here.
it's right here.
Yes.
I'm saying Birdman should name himself to be the actual Birdman. Just have that first name the, middle name actual, last name Birdman.
That is a bird person.
That is bird person.
I am a bird.
Yes, we
I am
shouldn't
a bird.
assume. We should not
I am
assume.
a bird man. There's
a difference.
that is a bird person.
But yeah, he'll look at this Avis and will say,
I assume you're going to have to watch. You happen to know a quiet room here?
It's at this time I walk up and say, "Hi, fellow friends." You mind if I cut in?
He kind of gestures and begins to drag the guy back here to this room.
me okay?
Wait, come back, guys.
Like,
Please
come back.
Please come back. I know that you don't know my name.
But it's Birdman.
But it's Birdman. I'm glad to introduce us. Oh, God.
I guess Farwin was
Sorry,
take
I
his
sing when I get nervous. It's a
lead. I'll flip a coin. Teleports or walk. One is walk, two is teleports. Oh, okay. I walk out, Sunblade. Out.
Oh,
Aw.
I want to counterspell that.
Damn, thank God I'm not here to see that.
Oh,
I really
Fucking
want to
hate the
counterspell Orc Fog. So bad.
what's sun? There's
Fetch,
no sun
Fetch
here.
doesn't get to cast any cool spells. Oh.
Nobody gets to see him cast cool spells because he doesn't move when he casts them. They just happen. Ugh.
So,
Okay.
Garuld, and this will all be in Dwarvish too, is going to say,
Is commander now.
Say what? I'm sorry.
he asks, who is commander now?
Oh.
That's some HP.
That's some HP.
Huge.
Oh yeah, HP rolling.
The 7
Aw.
of
Fortunate.
given they've given the Warhammer to one to lead us into these new lands. And you understand that's a rare thing to have one dwarf kind of decide for your people. They've always kind of been councils and things like that. Like there's not like a king or things like that, especially since the fall of the empire over 1,000 years ago. And he says it's High Admiral Ahathia.
Althea
Ahathia.
has become the High Admiral.
The first in a generation.
How is that possible?
He looks confused. He's a young dwarf compared to you.
Althea wasn't worth shite on me boot when I served. How is he High Admiral now?
How is he not? He unlocked the understanding of the ancients. The primordials. He's made one himself. Made one. I've seen it. Flies and everything. Not as grand as the primordial that escaped this city, nor the ones I told you about. But a primordial nonetheless.
Garulved.
And when he says primordial, Birdman hears Jorvian is the name for these constructs that they call.
Yeah, they're speaking in a totally different language, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys.
And even if you understood Dwarvish, this is like a different dialect of Dwarvish. I would probably say you need to like
Hey guys,
you need some magic.
I hate to be that guy right now, but can we speak in a language that maybe an elf could understand?
Oh my gosh.
Garulved, his hand slowly is growing hair, and his nails are sharpening slightly, and tinges of fire are sparking and going out on
dude,
the
I think
ends
I think you're on fire.
as he continues in Dwarvish.
Master sold out my officer. Where are they now?
It has been some weeks. I know where they were, not where they are.
Where?
South of the city, what is it, about 3 days. You reach the big river. We've used that river, rowed it north, to help traverse some of our trade. You follow the river a good 300 miles south. Our camp is laid there, using the big trees of what the locals call the Vulpin Wood. But we've moved. The plan was to move north. They could be outside the city walls by this point.
Garulv just his temper is just on the cusp of flaring as he just breathes in. His hand returns to normal and says,
You're lucky. You're very, very lucky. I don't kill messengers. Because if I did, you'd know what your insides look like before you meet the forefathers.
he then would look at Birdman and would say, in common,
You're not likely to get anything out of him, Elf.
Nah, but I'm likely to get something out of you.
Blimey.
I think I know about this Jorvin thing you talk about. You know? I'm very familiar with your kind of dwarf, even though I haven't been an elf for so long. I've met a couple of you guys, and I would like to talk to you about it. I have a meeting set up in 5 hours at a very, very, very fancy restaurant. I'd like you to crash it. Mostly because it'll be funny, and it's a really expensive restaurant. And I don't want to pay for shit, and you're scary. So,
Harold is going to take out the letter and back to the wall. He's going to read it in such a way that no one could possibly see it. Like, see what's on the letter itself.
that doesn't mean I don't try. Just,
Ow.
eh,
Okay. Um,
What doth the letter say?
what does the letter say? Um, with recent pressures from the first house, the second house has lost some of its courage in order to encourage his men to stay in their positions. I have gained rumor that the Platutu will be on post at the second seal for the remainder of the morning. The shifts usually end somewhere between the 8th and 10th hour of the day. You look, it's about 4 a.m., as best as you can gauge for the night. Other than that, the Platutu, the letter would finalize, agrees to meet with me tomorrow evening. Take your pick.
Godul will fold the letter and put it back in his cloak and say to Birdman,
And what's in it for me if I crash this get together of yours?
maybe a nice fancy crystal axe.
I don't use weapons.
It's not about the weapon. It's about the status that the weapon brings, right? That's how your culture works or some shit?
I abandon my culture 100 years ago.
We get a lot of info. I mean, I know a lot of stuff. What do you want to know?
What do you know?
A lot. What do you know?
Have you ever heard of the name Anaheim?
Anaheim? Yeah, it's a cool city.
Remember a bit of that.
That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. I just don't.
Dude,
don't
I love
remember.
Anaheim.
I love Anaheim.
Maybe? I don't
love
know.
my brain.
I can't recall because I know Eros has heard that name before, but I don't know if I was with Eros when Eros heard that name before.
I don't think so. This is after Eros.
I left.
Yeah, this is after you left. This is between when you left and Trillo joined. So,
but I know about
You
I
know, all you would know is about the Half Star, which is a clan, one of the 7 clans that is being used by Ahathia to do this invasion, basically.
I don't know about this Hathia guy, but I know about a half star guy who was looking for an axe.
And Half Star to Garuld it's one of the biggest clans where you're from. Like the main brunt, one of the they easily make up 50% of the clan populace where you're from. Been around for generations.
Half-stars. I'm not surprised if they're part of the forward movement. Not really interesting, if I must say so.
But I'm also in the business of finding this Platutu guy. If you're in the business of finding this Platutu guy, it sounds like you are.
You're wasting my time, elf.
I waste a lot of people's time. I'm really good at that. It's actually my job.
So true.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, it's actually kind of my occupation. The city pays me to do it. You know?
The city pays you to talk long enough so people either get bored or agree with you.
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, are Birdman and Garruld going to worry about a long rest?
Garul will worry about a long rest. Yes.
I have already taken a long rest.
That is true. You did.
Yeah.
You did stare at a wall already.
That's right. I stared at a wall already.
Okay.
Scared
Well,
Dorian, but I did it.
the rest of you will need to take a long rest, which is probably other than Setch says he's not going to. All right. So
No rest for the
There
wicked
is
man.
one thing I think I want to leave off at as
okay,
following.
that's what I was wanting to do is kind of getting a short list of where everyone's kind of going, as well as the other complications that are going to come at you from things you've done, like threaten binder lords.
At least for Farwin, as he makes his way back to the tower, he has tasks that are on hand. The whereabouts of Platutu and potential assassination, whereabouts of Mel, just to keep tabs on her. But one thing that is going to
No,
be
thank you.
itch at his side, as I want to presume he walks down a spiraling staircase towards some sort of dungeon, and he makes his way towards wherever the holding is of Alucard. Something along the lines of, "You have become quite popular, and you are rather sturdy. Sooner or later the 8th house will want to secure your release, and we will comply accordingly. But I want to ensure that the 11th house maintains a neutral party. Though I will ask more of your history as to why you are here. I want to ensure that some things are left unsaid. As I would go through the process, after a long rest or so, or even before that, of modifying it at the 8th level."
Ooh.
Oh shit.
The dark side of the force.
And that's
Okay.
why I want to leave off at least for Farwin.